Missing someone. Love with all your heart. Missing someone. Love with heart. How much you miss it. And you miss it.
Roll up, everybody. One man went to mow. Gather, come join. One man went to mow. One man went to mow with love from Oyo Alaafin to my Igbo brethren. One man went to mow.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimegojuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimegojuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra jet.
So, holy, Nandi Kanu and whatnot, come join, gather. Click here if you want to come join live on screen. So, click there if you want to come join live on screen. Introduce yourself as you are coming in. One man went to mow. It is your man, not your boy. Gather, Buhari has been a very bad boy. The Aboki in Aso Rock is now in an all-out war with the Nigerian person. Buhari has been a bad boy. Gather, one man went to mow. So a little bit of a musical interlude again.
And you did right from the start. From the start. Missing someone is as normal. Missing someone
is very clear.
Okay, so the narrative actually starts with this video clip that I'm about to play you now. So this sets the tone now. So Buhari effectively, essentially has declared an all-out war against the secessionist groups. This is categorical now. There's no equivocation to this. These are in his own words. I will speak to you in the language that you understand, is what the Aboki has done and said by way of a declaration of war on the Southwest and the Southeast. So now let me just give you this little teaser before we get into that video. Breaking: sponsors and orchestrators of insecurity in Nigeria doing so because they want me to fail. Buhari is saying this. So this is the preamble to the video that I'm about to play you. President Muhammadu Buhari says those who want to destroy his government will receive the shock of their life, as his administration will do everything possible to ensure that they fail. Buhari disclosed this on Tuesday after he received a briefing from the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Mohammed Yakubu, and other electoral commissioners. The president said the sponsors and orchestrators of insecurity in the country are doing so because they want his administration to fail. According to him, his government will go harder on those hell-bent on destroying Nigeria. So according to him, his government will go harder on those hell-bent on destroying Nigeria. And now let him say so. And now let him say so in his own words. So pay attention to this.
It's very clear that they intend to make sure that this administration fails. I'm getting good intelligence report on daily basis. The question of insecurity in the country is being mentioned all over the world, not only here in Nigeria. But I believe there are Nigerians that will attempt at least to be fair. By what I believed, that I will run the country according to the Constitution. Now, with all these people who want power, whoever they are, have they proved that I was not following the Constitution? Well, am I not leading the country according to the Constitution? What do they want? So whoever wanted diversion or destruction of the system at this point, I think will soon have their shock of their lives. I think we have given them enough latitude. They have made their case. They just wanted to destroy the country. Simple. Because what do they want? And we are concentrating on infrastructure because no country or institution can be developed without infrastructure. Now, for those of us who are unfortunate to be in the field for the 30 months of the Civil War, to see the carnage of how we kill ourselves, at least 1 million people, I think those that are misbehaving, they were either too young, they didn't know what happened. But for those of us who went through all these things, we can't understand. So we will treat them in the language they understand. So I feel for your understanding and so on. We are going to be very hard, sooner than later. We have done our best, change the service chiefs and the IG. We allow them time to go around to make necessary changes for them to be firmly in charge.
Okay, so you heard Buhari in his own words there. So this is not me even reading anything to you. We are going to go in harder, he said. We are going to speak to them in the language that they understand. He said, we have changed the service chiefs and we have given them the resources that they need to tackle this. He said, they are going to go in harder, speak to them in a language that they understand. These people who were not around during the Civil War are agitating for another civil war, but we will speak to them in the language they understand. We will go in harder, and we have devoted a lot of resources to this. So these are Malam Buhari's words. So this is not me even saying anything in addition or removing anything from. So to double down, to double down on those words, Buhari went further to go on Twitter to put those words up. So rage as Nigerians report Buhari's genocidal tweet en masse. So of course, Twitter is a space that does not belong to Buhari. So of course, it belongs to the Nigerians, and the Nigerians are very savvy when it comes to Twitter. So this is what Malam Buhari tweeted. Many of those misbehaving today are too young to be aware of the destruction and loss of lives that occurred during the Nigerian Civil War. Those of us in the fields for 30 months who went through the war will treat them in the language that they understand. This is what the president of a nation is saying to that country, that the people agitating for a better country will be treated in the language of the Civil War. President Muhammadu Buhari on Tuesday faced a fresh backlash following a tweet on insecurity, one which Nigerians have tagged genocidal and declaration of war on the Igbos. Many Twitter users are now reporting the highly offensive tweet en masse, deeming it short of micro-logging site rules. So Dimming it short of the micro login site rules mean essentially they feel that these flouts are Twitter rules. In the statement shared on his Twitter page, Mr. Buhari warned that those responsible for the destruction of facilities of the Independent National Electoral Commission will soon have the shock of their lives. We have given them enough time. 42 INEC offices have in recent times been destroyed, particularly in the southeast and south-south regions of the country. After a series of criticisms on the current administration's incompetence in combating the multiple conflicts in the regions, the president took to his social media page to send a strict warning to citizens, noting that culprits will be treated in the way they understand. I received a briefing today from the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on the series of attacks on their facilities nationwide. These attacks are totally unacceptable. We will not allow those behind them to achieve their evil objective. The president vowed that the government will toe the path Nigerian state took during the Civil War to address the current challenges. Nigeria fought a bitter civil war where at least 3 million Igbos were reported to have been killed in the genocide that lasted between 1967 and 1970. Many of those misbehaving today are too young to be aware of the destruction and loss of lives that occurred during the Nigerian Civil War. Those of us in the fields for 30 months who went through the war will treat them in the language they understand, the president stated. Many of those, okay, so it goes on to repeat that. Mr. Buhari's declaration triggered a flurry reactions from Nigerians who lambasted him for his very unprecedented statement and a threat to the Igbos. Many users also alleged that the president's statement was in effect or was an effect of the sit-at-home order by the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra IPOB in the southeast region. Nigerians thereby called for his immediate suspension from the platform, whilst recalling how former US President Donald Trump was permanently suspended due to the risk of further incitement of violence. Really, now, are you by any means threatening us? With all due respect, sir, people voted you into power. Do not attempt to kill any more innocent Nigerians. Otherwise, the chaos and the catastrophe that you are looking for will be too much for you to handle, a user said. Also slamming the #1 citizen, another user, all I see here is I'll kill Igbos. I will wipe them away from earth. So that is what I understood that to mean as well. So at Jack, do the needful because this guy is instigating genocide. So at Jack is in reference to Jack whatever that owns Twitter. These words were chosen on purpose to taunt, trigger, traumatize, and terrorize Igbos by threatening to visit genocidal war on the son as on the father. They should earn an irrevocable anathema for the person in whose name they were written and for the person who wrote them. Meanwhile, Mr. Buhari's statement contradicts a part of Twitter policy which states you may not threaten violence against an individual or group of people. The social media network, the social media service is yet to respond. So the social media service had not responded at that point, but they subsequently responded, and this is their response. Buhari's genocidal tweet, not violation of our rules. So this is Twitter's response to the avalanche of complaints that they are receiving from Nigerians. Buhari's genocidal tweet, not a violation of our rules, a headline attributed to Twitter. So now let's now see how masculine is not against the rules. Twitter says President Muhammadu Buhari's genocidal tweet does not violate its rules amidst Nigerians' calls for the suspension of his account on Tuesday. There was outrage on the micro-blogging platform following Mr. Buhari's tweet reacting to the destruction of 42 facilities of the Independent Electoral Commission across Nigeria, particularly in the southeast. President Buhari vowed that the people responsible for the destruction will soon have the shock of their lives. He added that many of those misbehaving today are too young to be aware of the destruction and loss of life that occurred during the Nigerian Civil War. Those of us in the fields for 30 months who went through the war will treat them in the language they understand. Critics slammed the president for failing to resolve the nation's protracted security crisis, but vowing to unleash violence similar to what the Igbo suffered in the hands of the federal government-controlled soldiers during the Civil War. However, in a statement, Twitter said Mr. Buhari did not violate its rules. Twitter said Mr. Buhari did not violate its rules, despite heavy criticism that trailed the tweet, accusing the president of declaring genocide, accusing the president of declaring a genocidal war on the Igbos. We are writing to let you know that after reviewing the available information, we did not find a violation of our rules in the content you reported, the company said after the president's tweet was reported by several Nigerians who called for his suspension from the platform. Twitter added, "We appreciate that you let us know what has happened and encourage you to reach out again in the future if you see any potential violation. The social media platform, known for taking drastic actions in ensuring that its rules are adhered to, has suspended several accounts for dehumanization and content capable of inciting violence. In January this year, it locked the account of China's US embassy over a tweet it considered dehumanizing. The social media post on January the 7th defended China's policies towards the Muslim Uyghurs in some region in China. The account posted that the Muslim women were no longer baby-making machines, citing a study reported by China Daily. Twitter thereafter removed the tweet, replacing it with a label stating it was no longer available on the basis that the content violated its policies that prohibits the dehumanization of a group of people based on their religion, caste, age, disability, serious illness, national origin, race, or ethnicity." So that is the set part standard line that Twitter used to used to part that away. But the pressure continued to mount. Pardon me. But the pressure continued to mount, and it looks as though that pressure has now broken Twitter's back. So the latest development, breaking, Twitter deletes Buhari's genocidal tweet after condemnation from Nigerians. So the weight of the complaint has broken the back of Twitter when they were saying that a genocidal tweet, a tweet threatening genocide is not against their rules. So the pressure mounts, and the pressure yields a result, as again, Twitter deletes Buhari's genocidal tweet after condemnation from Nigerians. So now, let's now see how the Nigerians broke the back of Twitter. Micro-blogging platform Twitter has deleted President Muhammadu Buhari's tweet where he threatened to let me just start that all over again. Micro-blogging platform Twitter has deleted President Muhammadu Buhari's tweet where he threatened to treat Nigerians misbehaving in the language that they understand. Buhari had, in a tweet on Tuesday, stated that his government will get harder on those hell-bent on destroying the country. He said those wanting to destroy his government will receive the shock of their lives, as his administration will do everything possible to ensure that they fail. The president said the sponsors and orchestrators of insecurity in the country are doing so because they want his administration to fail. He said on Twitter, "I receive daily," his tweet, this is how his tweet reads, "I receive daily security reports on the attacks on critical national infrastructures. And it is very clear that those behind them want this administration to fail. Whoever wants the destruction of the system will soon have the shock of their lives. We have given them enough time. I received a briefing today from the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on the series of attacks on their facilities nationwide. These attacks are totally unacceptable, and we will not allow those behind them to achieve their evil objectives. I have assured INEC that we will make available to them everything they need to operate effectively, so that no one will say we don't want to go or that we want a third term. There will be no excuses for failure. We will meet all of INEC's demands. In the area of security, we have changed the service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police, and we are demanding that they rise fully to the challenges confronting us. There must be zero tolerance for all those bent on destroying our country by promoting crime and insurrection. Many of those misbehaving today are too young to be aware of the destruction and loss of lives that occurred during the Nigerian Civil War. Those of us in the field for 30 months who went through the war will treat them in the language that they understand. The president's Twitter account was reported by Nigerians who understood the last part of the threat. The president's Twitter account was reported by Nigerians who understood the last part of the thread as threats against the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB and its military wing, the Eastern Security Network, ESN. Many reminded Buhari of the consequences of the Nigerian Civil War, which lasted from 1967 to 1970, stating that such must not be repeated. Also, social media users likened the president's statement to that of former US President Donald Trump that earned the latter a permanent suspension. Trump's Twitter account was permanently suspended due to the risk of further incitement of violence, Twitter had said. So that is the whole chain of it, but what are you guys making of it is the question. So Freddie, we come to you, and Evolution, we come to you, the Village Trader, we come to you, and Baba Korea, we come to you, and Engineer, we come to you. So Evolution, what are you making of that? Just that chain of events with the president threatening genocide on his own people to the point that Twitter had to take down his tweets.
Is that your impeachment about us?
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. Well, will I say that the presidency and their reaction, it's not surprising to any observer that has actually followed Ignoramus since inception from 2015 up till now. Ignoramus has been consistent, and him threatening, it is not just, people are not even looking at it from the angle that I am seeing it. Or already there are reports that state actors, when I use the word state actors.
Yeah, we know what you mean.
Yeah, but it is not limited to army and the police now. State actors, based on the situation that we are in now. Take, for instance, during the EndSARS, we saw touts being dropped with government plate-numbered SUVs. You can equally classify those touts as state actors because they are being sponsored by government power. State actors in the Southeast today are committing all sorts of crimes. They are executing people extrajudicially, and it must be condemned. Now, even if we look at, because the main issue is that Nnamdi Kanu and co, that they've been attacking the police, killing police people, army, burning INEC offices and all that. If we look at, while I criticize that and I am not in support of it, but if you actually look at the numbers of police people that have been killed in the East since this entire thing got to this point, not a lot of. Now, please, I am being very careful. I'm not trying to diminish any loss of life. One life is bad enough. But I'm saying in comparison, if you compare the number of police officers and army officers that has been killed in the Southeast by unknown gunmen, and you compare the number that has been killed in other parts of the country where we have active war, I'm referring to the Northeast. The number is nothing. In fact, you can't even compare the two. I actually looked at the raw data today, and cumulatively, not up to 50 has been killed in the Southeast. I mean, police, not up to 50 since these unknown gunmen incidents. If the federal government has not leveled the Northeast, where the Kanuri people are actively killing police and army, if they have not sent out this tweet to include the Northeast, why then are you singling out
it's not even the tweet. I'm not sure if you saw the video clip. We actually heard him say the words. He said, we're going to go in harder. We're going to speak to them in a language that they understand. We're going to give them the shock of their life, and we're devoting a lot of resources. So essentially, kill them all.
That is, he sent the tweet after they have already started. I am telling you that currently we have group of state actors that are not accountable operating in the Southeast today, yesterday, last week. Do you understand? They are already carrying out their genocidal intent. But the unfortunate part of it is that it would never end well. It has never ended well for state actors to take this route. You must talk to people. You must de-escalate violence. Your hatred for a particular ethnic group is not enough for you to burn down the entire nation.
I was going to say it's unprecedented, but it is actually precedented. But there's precedent. We've lost one person.
He has even done.
No, I was actually going to reference the fact that the messaging was so offensive, which essentially falls under the clause of incitement to violence, to the point that Twitter took down a tweet that was put out on the verified account of the Nigerian president for being too violent. This is what we are saying.
Exactly.
Twitter, just listen to that again. Twitter took down a tweet put out by the verified account of the Nigerian president as an incitement to violence to kill his own people. This is what happened.
Exactly. And you saw the response of the Nigerian government. They sent an imbecile by the name of the so-called Honorable Minister of Information. And the man came to tell the world that Twitter, a company, their rules and regulation is actually out there for everybody to see. That Twitter is now taking sides. That Twitter, the point is this.
Twitter took down the American president's account, so exactly. I don't know what a Nigerian person...
I wonder why... The point is this. Ignoramus and his government is the #1 recruiting agent for Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Igboho and any other person that is supporting
hold on,
this
Evolution.
integration.
hold on, Evolution. You remember we're saying what will be the consequences of Monday? This is the consequence of Monday. It's a general. They are going to, you know, he won't come out and say it and not do it. We know him for that. He will go there and they will savage the place.
Exactly. They will. Yeah, they will actually savage the place. Remember, like I pointed out yesterday, Owerri used to be the Las Vegas of the Southeast. Today, no rational mind will expose himself to Owerri. And the government is not even bothered. Meanwhile, all the businesses that have been taking care of their guests, they pay VAT in Owerri. And that same VAT is remitted not to the government of Owerri, but to the federal government to be shared across the different ethnic nationalities based on formulas and formulae that people have been alleging that it is unfair, that it tilts towards the part of the country where apparently drinking beer is a crime.
All right. Evolution, thank you. Let me just sweep through everybody just to sample opinions. Okay. The villager, you've heard the narrative. You've heard your own president's own words. We'll go in harder, speak to them in a language that they understand, and they will get the shock of their lives. And we are devoting a lot of resources to this. So interpret those words for us, the villager. Are you there, my man? Okay, let's go to Bia. Bia, are you with us? Let me just remove this guy. We don't.
Hi.
Yes. So you heard the words. I mean, what is your reading of it?
I believe we have a president who is a terrorist. His action is a negative way of terrorizing a group of indigenous people that did not vote for him in the general election. So this is his way of punishing them. His action is irresponsible, careless, and it is a violation of the basic human rights of the Southeast indigenous people. This is not about IPOP, because not everyone subscribes to the ideology of IPOP. There's going to be innocent women and children, even pregnant women in that Southeast region who doesn't even have basic electricity, not to talk of phones or internet to know that there is war already brought by the government.
It's just, I fear for that region, you know, Bia, because if we know Buhari for one thing, Buhari is about one thing and one thing alone. He places all of his faith in force and essentially AK-47. So he will take a position and then he will shoot his way to that position. This is who he has always been. He's a coup plotter. He will just use violence on any and every situation, and especially in the eastern quarters, who I think we can all agree he doesn't especially have a taste for the people of the East. He will have no qualms whatsoever, and he stated, I mean, it can't be any clearer. We will go in harder. We will speak to them in the language. You are saying somebody is burning down buildings and they're killing policemen, and you are saying you will speak to them in the language that they understand. So that speaks already to the language of violence that is taking place there. So you are saying you will go in harder, you will put in more resources, and you will give them a lesson of their life in the language that they understand, all wrapped together in one word: genocide.
Yeah, my question to this irresponsible government of Nigeria as a Nigerian citizen is that, Mr. President, what punishment have you given to the people that robbed the Asu Rock? Yeah, they came, broke into the Asu Rock, robbed it. Who knows what happened? What have you done to the so-called bandits and the herdsmen that actually went to the east for months and possibly years, you know, using the animal terror to terrorize the villagers and women that go to plant their crops to feed their children? Your cows, you know, they loiter everywhere on the road, even the main road, and the cars have to park just for your cows to pass. What judgment have you given to such people? Is that not a form of terror, terrorizing people and indirectly starving the people of the South? So, because I believe he has already planned this from the word go, and he's been killing people of the Southeast. There has been genocide before this time. This is not, he's just trying to find excuse to actually justify his genocidal action towards the people that he so much detests, the Southeast people, just because they did not vote for him in the general election. Doesn't mean that these people don't have the right.
I don't really think it's about not voting for him in the election.
It's part of it. It's part of it because he made a statement that they're going to pay dearly. This is part of his hatred for the Igbos. He never liked the Igbos, and not voting for him even makes it much more upsetting for him. He's a man that exalts himself in terror by using his position to oppress the poor.
All right.
Oppress
Thank you.
The civilians. He should be punished. He should go. He should be punished for war crimes. Even the ones the one he's talking about, the genocidal one that occurred in the 60s, he should be punished for it.
Hold on there. Yes, almost certainly this guy will end up in The Hague at some point, because already the war crimes or the crimes against humanity that has already taken place is sufficient for this guy to end up in The Hague. He's a vindictive man and is a very vengeful man. And unfortunately, what happened on Monday, because we've been anticipating that as they are coming towards the end of their tenure, they will escalate situations in the country in the build-up to that. So this really plays to the narrative of 2023 as well. And unfortunately, what happened on Monday, that sit at home and the burnings of our facilities has now opened that window, because they needed that window opened to unleash violence on that space, and that window has now been opened, and it will speak to them in a language that they understand. Engineer, what are you making of it?
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having us again today. You know, there's something I always say. You see, there's what we call abuse of power. You know, if people trusted you and believe in you and vote for you to come in, I think when you relax, always remember that the people are there watching you. But if you decide you want to abuse the power, then here we go. I said this yesterday and I'll keep repeating myself again, because you see, these people, they know what they're doing. They are draining that country into debt that Nigeria can't come out of it again. You understand? Yesterday, the one of the lunatic from Sokoto, he said that they need to put hijab in the Nigerian constitution. And today, here we go again. The president is verbally threatening his own people. He's threatening Nigerians, let's be honest now. He's threatening everyone. And if you think about it, to be honest, these people are there. I said this again, Buhari, they will find every alternative for this man to be in seat. They're just going to keep playing with people's mind. That's what I said yesterday, and I'm repeating it today. They will play with people's mind, and they will be siphoning Nigerian money. Nigeria will be in debt. I keep saying it. That country is drained. Because I can't see a reason why a whole president of a state, of a country, coming out and say such kind of things. You understand? What kind of human is that? That's a big blow to Nigerians. I'm telling you now.
But engineer, it's not even the Southerners hate him, whatever. Twitter found that comment so violent that they deleted it. So this is Twitter now saying that the comments of the Nigerian president is an incitement to violence, and they deleted it. So this is not the Igbos are saying, this is not the Yorubas are saying. This is Twitter. Yeah.
The good thing is, this is what people don't understand. You see, sometimes people accuse Sunday Igboho, they accuse Nnamdi Kanu. I believe now people can use their two eyes and see it clearly. It's rubbing it in their faces now. The truth is coming out. When these people stand up for Nigerians and start speaking, I know lots of people that they've been bribed from the Buhari regime, from the Buhari kakus. They're busy saying, oh, Kanu is this, Kanu is that, Igboho is this. Now you can see it clearly. He said it.
All right.
He vividly said it. So to be honest,
I mean, we have the video. We have the video clip. Yeah. Thank you, engineer. But what he also said is that this thing is going to happen sooner than they think. So, Baba,
we are all waiting. Then let's see. Then,
yeah. So that means they are going to go in immediately and start to just wipe out
like
people.
I told you, it is already happening. Stop saying it as something that will still happen. It is already happening.
So, Baba Kure, what is your reading of what your president has to say?
My president or your president?
Our president. Our president. So long as we all still have that green passport in our wardrobe somewhere, is our president.
Let me tell you something, and I will bring this to the conversation in Antigua. When you do something good, they even if you are foreigner, they embrace you. But if you do something bad, even if you have citizenship, they will disown you. That's that is my position right now. So anyway, it is I can tell everybody that it's just power struggle. To start with, I think the issue of staying home instigate what came out of his mouth on Tuesday, because he never believed in his life that everybody will stay home and they just subjected themselves to IPOB just like that. So he believed that so these people are so powerful. Then I have to show them something. I think that is what I first read out of that. It is just issue of power struggle, believing that.
But why is it that it is always with Buhari? His only answer to everything is violence. So the Shiites are protesting to have a space within the Nigerian space. He shoots them down. The students are protesting for a better country. He shoots them down. The Igbos are protesting against marginalization. He shoots them down. His answer to every situation that confronts him is to cock that AK-47 and just point it and start to slaughter people. No plan B, no thinking, no nothing. When you have a security outfit discussing security of the Southeast, which is essentially Igbo land, and you have Usman Al-Khali there, you have Mongono there, you have Atahiru there, not an Emeka anywhere to be seen, not an Uchena anywhere to be seen, and you are discussing amongst your Fulani friends the security situation in the Southeast. And of course, this is what they were planning all along. Did Nnamdi Kanu open this window for them, would you say, Baba Akure?
Well, as I said earlier, I think what Nnamdi Kanu did, it is something that is right.
Yes.
I mentioned in my statement yesterday, since we cannot do away with reconciliation of what happened in during Biafra War. Let's just put it that way, because in as much that Nigeria do not believe that they did something wrong at that time. That is why. And I did mention about the issue of reconciliation between Canada and indigenous people yesterday. So if you cannot bridge that group, bridge that gap, and you believe that you didn't do anything, and you still believe that you show hatred right from day one, so that is the essence. That is going to be the result. That is going to be the result. The issue of staying home, I strongly believe that it has something to do with what he voiced out yesterday.
That puts the fear of God in their heart, because what that showed them is that, one, the Easterners are united, and two, the followership of the IPOB movement is deep. So those two things.
Exactly, because remember, these people don't want anybody to challenge them. And like engineer said, the earlier everybody, all the Southern understand this, the better. If you still believe that one Nigeria, well, good luck. There's no problem, but I wish you good luck. That is my own take.
Don't worry, we'll be discussing the elections tomorrow, and you'll be here.
We can see now that these people don't want anybody to challenge them, and that is what is playing out here. Now, when the herdsmen ransacked the whole southern part of Nigeria,
it did not give them the shock of their
what
lives.
did he say?
No, it did not give them the. He said they are naughty boys.
Exactly. He said
we should learn to live with them.
Shoot anybody that has AK-47. Did you hear anybody shot at since then? When they made that noise, I just said these people are just joking. Nothing is going to happen. And did we hear anything?
No, sorry to cut you, Baba Kure. Do you know after he made that statement? Do you know the following day or 2 days ago?
They kidnapped.
I think the Inspector General of Police said that he twisted it. He twisted it completely. This is what I'm gonna say. You see, these people, I bet you tomorrow or next week they will say, "Oh, in the south they blow army helicopter." Watch, I'm telling you, this is what is gonna happen. They're finding a way to penetrate into that system and kill people. That's it.
It's no issue of killing people. They'll be doing that, like Evolution said. They'll be doing that for a very long time. This is just to testify that this is what I really want to. He's telling us now that this is what I really want to do.
Yes.
And we should not be surprised, because in his statement, though he specifically mentioned his narrative specifically go to Igbo, but in other side, if you look at it, he said all.
Yes.
So it means he's coming to West too.
No, it's targeting Sunday Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu, essentially is what he's saying.
And remember, so many times they've already tried to pick up Sunday Igboho.
Yes. Remember what happened on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway? Exactly.
So there is no doubt he believed that he's being threatened now. So then he has to send police and send army to go and ransack the whole place. What happened to Boko Haram?
And just to emphasize the magnitude of this thing, Twitter, an American company, they found the tweet by the Nigerian president so inciting that they took it down. If you go on his Twitter page now, I'll put a link here that you can see. Twitter said they took it down because it's in violation of their rules and regulations. So this is what's happened. It
is not going to be new to Biden. If you understand what I mean, it is the action that is taken right now. It is not going to be new to Biden. It's not going to be new to the former president of US. What's the name? Trump.
Donald Trump.
Exactly. So the tweet is not new, because they know that this person can reach you, can actually do it. In as much a lot of Christians are being killed, we still have Leah Sheribu in the captivity for 4 years now.
God knows what's happened to that girl now.
Exactly. So if you look at all that, you will see that.
I don't think Biden cares. I don't think Biden cares, because I read somewhere that they are ordering fighter jets and some sophisticated weapons.
They had ordered that a long time ago. Yeah,
that's nearly 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah,
they ordered that a long time ago.
The Americans can stop it. So why do they supply them with arms if really that Biden cares?
No. I don't think they've already got all that, except those maybe that they already got before this statement. And
what? Sorry, carry on, Babakure.
I am not going to be surprised if they put embargo on anybody that is going to sell harm to Nigeria right now. Then to fight Boko Haram, to fight bandits will be so much difficult. He is mentioning about the issue of they've already give some people all the necessary something that they can use to fight. The money they already the money they already looted by themselves.
But the thing is, when he's saying he's giving them the resources to fight, what he's saying essentially is that he's placing a team of security operatives, is placing the security operatives at the disposal of the INEC structure especially, and more so to what is going on in the Southeast. So devoting resources is essentially putting in more security agencies and backing it up with money to go and finish whatever is happening there once and for all. This is essentially what he's saying.
one man. The only problem I'm having right now is the elders in Southeast. That is my my concern right now, because they
It's
need
an eye opening for them. It's an eye opening now.
They should all just come
They're supposed to stand up. They should not. I'm not talking about supreme governor, because he's not going to do anything. But what of those that are legitimately voted
people, or Haneze, Nwodo, all these Jim Nwodo, all these big names, they should not come out.
These people supposed to stand up right now. This is the time they're supposed to stand up.
You know,
it's a wake-up call. That's just the truth.
It's not a matter of sitting on the fence anymore.
We are
you
missing
have to
something.
come out.
One man. There is something that we are missing, and we keep on repeating the same mistake over and over and over.
Sorry, Evolution. Let me just interrupt you. Sorry, let me just interrupt you. Nodi, I know you have not spoken, but let me shuffle you for Ada, because this is her space, and I'm sure she has opinions. So I'll bring you back, Nodi. Yeah, carry on, Evolution.
Yeah, the mistake that we keep on making is to, like the comments that were just passed now, that the leaders of the Southeast, no, we must collectively as a people condemn evil wherever evil rears out its ugly head, whether it is in the Southeast, whether it is in the Northeast.
No, evolution. What we are saying. No, hold on. What we are saying is the voice in the East has to be united now.
Yeah,
and people should forget politics, because you are fighting for your life now. So forget politics is what we are saying.
It is not even about politics. It is about the country. We are Nigeria, at least for now. If something like this is happening, I expect the emperor of the Southwest to speak up. I expect.
No, he would never. Why will he speak up? He is after.
I expect. No, see, hold on. The issue we are having now is that we have not learned.
You will never hear Peter Obi speak up. He will speak to the language of politics, because it's in play for 2023. He's a politician.
I understand. I'm even saying, even as we are here, collectively as citizens, wherever we see evil, we must condemn it. It is not the job of the leaders of these people. What is wrong is wrong. What is right. Collectively, because if the Southwest keep on waiting for the Igbo elites or leaders to speak up, trust me, when they are done with the Southeast, they'll come to the Southwest.
No.
That is the reality. So we must condemn it together.
We are condemning it, but the action that needs to be taken has to be taken in the Southeast. And I'm saying this because that is where they're putting resources at the moment, and that is the theater of war. I'm saying theater of war, not theater of operation, off the back of what Buhari said. The Southeast has to speak with one voice, so that voice then we can rally behind it. But when you still have people in a political corner, Ohaneze has not come out enough for me. All the big names have not come out. What is Obi Ofonicha saying? What is Jim Nwodo saying? Where are all the big voices and where are all the big names? So all these names,
the voices have been speaking. It depends on.
Yeah, no, but they speak in double mouth. They speak in double mouth, don't they?
No, the media narrative tends to select and hype what will cause controversy, and that is the fault of the fourth arm of government, which is media. The media space, I mean, they generally tend to hype what Nnamdi Kanu said because of how inflammatory it is to attract viewership and all that. But he's not the only person speaking. Some other leaders are speaking, and their voice cannot be allowed to wither down. They should, as we cough in the Southeast, the Middle Belt should equally react. The Southwest should react. The North Central should react. The evil is evil. It does not remember.
We're all condemning it, but we
One
really
man,
need.
one man. He's talking about the Southwest media. They are just keeping quiet. Look at channels every time. They'll be flexing
Exactly.
You know,
muscles.
the
They are not
clip
talking. They are
but
hypocrites.
let's hear from Ada, because that is more, you know, I'm sure Ada has strong opinions in this space. So Ada, let's hear from you.
Hi, one man. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Ada.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone.
No, carry on. We cannot hear you. Carry on.
Okay. It's been an interesting day. You know, I think that tweet was made late last night from President Buhari. The thing is, before now, I've noticed that whoever is managing his social media account, Twitter account, is so incompetent, you know, with communication. I've noticed that personally. This is not the first time they've put out message that you look at and you're like,
of course, when you could go and put a Bashir or something in some because there's one guy, Ahmed Bashir, I think is the one that handles that space. It's just some rascally guy. Remember when he was fighting with Jolade, almost sexy, when the girl was saying, you know, it's just some ras guy, you know.
I don't know who is
managing. His name is Ahmed Bashir or something, the guy that handles that space,
Okay, but just from my personal experience, I've seen messages from there that made me think whoever is managing this account is such a joke. So that's another thing. Like you said, if competent people, if somebody who knows communication, who knows what they were doing, was managing that account, they would have known that that tweet was a no-no, you know. It was about the wording. There were so many other ways, so many other words they could have used and still pass the same message.
No, it's not about, hold on, Ada. It's not about the wordings, because we saw the video clip and those were verbatim the words from the
For now, I'm talking about what happened on Twitter. The same, we are talking about what happened on Twitter. He said it on a video. And what they had done was to copy verbatim what he said on the video and to put on Twitter. You know, so that was
some empty head. He's meant to be a spin doctor. He doesn't understand the concept of the job.
Oh well.
Instead of him to pushing it and tailor it and package it.
Why people like you and I are here? They could have given us the job, innit?
I mean, or at least give it to somebody, even if it's somebody from wherever, from Niger Republic, so long as he has the competence. That guy is incompetent. As you said, every time he tweets, you recoil and think, I mean, who is this person?
Anyway, so when I saw that, just like I think every other person had the same reaction, you know, with the tweets. The beginning was sounding okay, but as you kept reading, you just keep getting the message hit on you. I was one of the people that reported it. I couldn't.
I knew you would.
You know, and I was actually on Twitter campaigning and telling them because what some people were doing was to quote, because he disabled his message, his comments, so you can't comment. So people were quoting the tweet and, you know, just talking, and I'm like, report it. There's no point asking Jack and saying, oh, Jack, this tweet. Jack is a busy man. Jack cannot be reading all the tweets that you answer. There are procedures. You know, our people need to understand about procedures. If there's a set procedure, it's a procedure. And once you follow that procedure, you get the outcome you're looking for. You know, it's not everything, using your word, it's not everything that is in Zobu. It's not everything that you get with Alota Continua. You know,
finally an admission, But the Zobu is the Igboho, isn't it? You just attack everything headlong with force, You're not a ram.
It's not everything.
You can't be going headlong. You are not a ram.
Everything that
one man behave.
No, it's not me.
One man.
It was Adao. It was Adao. My hands are up. My hands up. But you know, well, you don't know. Maybe I might enjoy it. You don't know. Ada, so you were saying the pressure was to the point that Twitter took it down.
No. Twitter actually didn't want to take it down. They said it did not violate.
We read that. Maybe you joined us late. Yeah.
That was their first reaction, but when people started reporting, so I'm sure they now got a lot of reports about the tweet, because what that tweet did is that it's sending out hatred on a particular race, which is the Igbo race. And that is one main part of Twitter's violation rules. So it was an easy one anyway. So a lot of people were reporting.
Just in that space, would it be an idea for us all to leverage this and mount real pressure on Twitter to suspend that account permanently? Kick him off Twitter.
If there's a good reason for them to suspend it, they will. They will.
Yeah, we can use this if enough people are tweeting them to suspend it.
They cannot suspend it if there's no reason to do so. The tweet, he made a thread of that tweet, and out of that thread, it was only one that was deleted. All the other tweets are still there. All the other ones are left because there was in Twitter space. There's nothing wrong with those ones. So in the same line, if the account hasn't done anything to warrant a suspension or a ban, they will not, whatever the pressure is. So, and I believe that from what happened now, that the media team or the social media team of Mr. President would have also learned their lesson, and because they were trying to compare themselves with Nnamdi Kanu, saying that Nnamdi Kanu has been putting out
Nnamdi Kanu is not a government, it's not a president. It doesn't. I mean, imagine that the president of Nigeria.
He's a one-man stand. So
yeah. Sorry, hold on, Ada. Sorry, Engineer and Isaac and Babakure, just for the number of people that are waiting, let me shuffle you only to bring you back. You guys are members of the family anyway, so let's bring Ovie and Freddie in just to hear their sounding. But carry on, Ada.
Yeah, so when Twitter, initially in the morning, Twitter didn't want to take it down, but later with all the reports, I think they had a second look at it to understand that yes, this is actually targeting a race, and the tweet was removed, which is it's massive, it's something.
Well, that is an indictment, because you have an independent international organization that has no ox to grind, or however that term is, stating now that the tweet by the Nigerian president was an incitement to violence against an ethnic group within the Nigerian state. So you have Twitter now saying that essentially Buhari is anti-Igbo. So I mean,
one man, it's
huge. What happened? What happened?
Hold on, Evolution. Sorry, yeah.
What happened is, in the social media world, where some of us seem to live in these days, it's a huge thing that happened. But take that back to reality. What happened on Twitter is not going to stop Buhari from carrying out whatever action he has already planned to carry out.
But does this not alert an international space? Because if he does it off the back of what Twitter has said, is that not then putting himself on that international stage that Twitter had taken actions off the back of what was essentially a threat of a genocide, and he proceeded to carry it out anyway? So is that not now? Is that no international focus on it now?
The thing is that the international focus should have been in place even before now, because the genocide has already started. However, he has already started it. It's already ongoing. But my worry with as much as I was happy for the outcome we got off Twitter today, but my fear is that it's going to infuriate him the more, and it will instigate more.
Do you think it will infuriate him or caution him? Because no, I think it will caution him.
It's not going to caution him. It's not going to caution him, because whatever that's going to happen, if he takes whatever action he takes, it's like medicine after death. So that international body or whatever, United Nations, they're going to take whatever the action they are going to take is not an immediate action. but Buhari has the capacity to take an immediate action.
And the one thing we know about Buhari is that he's stubborn and he's vindictive. So those two things we know.
Exactly. So that's my worry. What happened today? My only fear is that he's gonna make them go. He's gonna go harder, like he said he's going to go. He might get some consequences later in life, but not immediate. And by then, the people that would have been killed would have been killed.
If that guy doesn't end up in the Hague to face some sort of a crime against humanity, then they should just lock up those courts and forget it. Because if this is not what they are set up for, then I don't know what it is. Freddie, we see you.
Yeah, but one man, sorry, let me just add something.
Comment quickly, then we go to Freddie.
Then the conversation can continue.
Now,
the funny thing is that Twitter used to have an Igbo person as a member of its board of directors. Twitter used to have Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as a board member before she took up the job with WTO, meaning that as a former board member, she obviously saw that tweet. There is no way she would let Twitter let it be. In addition to the outcry everywhere. So it's just an information that I want to push in. This is
okay, I wasn't aware that Madam Ngozi was...
Ngozi was appointed to the board of directors of Twitter in 2018.
I think she's still there.
No, she left when she
no, there'll be conflict of interest if she was still there.
No, hold on. She left when she accepted the job of head of WTO. You think so? An Igbo lady being a former board member, not just a board member, influential board member, you can't come and write rubbish about her people and think that it is going to, that the company would leave it because you're ignoramus in Asuro.
Actually, I'll ask Freddie this question just so he can come into the conversation, but I'll take your soundings as well and Ada as well. Do you think that the Igbos they are coalesced behind one narrative? Do you think they are speaking with one voice to one space? Because there are so many narratives within that space that it dilutes the potency sometimes of the narrative that they should really be having, which is a threat to their existence, and then of course their marginalization within the Nigerian space and their fight for an identity. But hold on, let's hear from Freddie, and then we'll come to you. Freddie.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Hello, Freddie.
Oh man, it's been a while. Yeah. Okay. Yes. If this doesn't make some of our leaders, our elders, or whoever to come out and talk or make a statement, then I don't know what else will. Anyway, most of the governors are, like we all know, they are stooges, and then the Ohaneze, in quote, is actually, from what I'm hearing, is actually being appointed by the Fulanis as well. George Obiozo is Buhari's friend or whatever, or something, dines with him and stuff. So I don't see them coming out. That is why we don't actually have faith in them to do anything. That is why it looks like Kanu is pulling all the weight, because
hold on, Freddie, just off the back of what you're saying, let me just quickly give you this. Southeast governors meet over recent attacks in the region. Let me just give you a couple of paragraphs. Members of the Southeast Governors Forum on Monday, May the 31st, had a virtual meeting where they mapped out strategies to deal with the declining state of security in the region. At the virtual meeting, the governors discussed ways to tackle the security threats in the region and secure the lives of the people. They vowed to leave no stone unturned in tracking and bringing to justice all those involved in what they described as the armed banditry currently ravaging the Southeast. The governors unanimously condemned the killing of Ahmed Gulak, a former presidential aide, by gunmen in Imo State. The governors avowed that the directive by President Buhari to security agencies to apprehend the perpetrators would further strengthen the bond of unity and trust between the people of the Southeast and their northern counterparts. They thanked their colleagues in the North for their understanding in the face of the killing and gave an assurance that those that masterminded it will face justice. So that is just the political stance. So that is the narrative of essentially all the Southeastern governors. Freddie?
Yes, one man. They should look among themselves about what happened to Gulag. Gulag is a nobody as far as IPOB is concerned. They don't have anything.
Sorry, what I was wanting to bring out there was that they had a virtual meeting, and the space that they spoke to was the death of Gulag, and giving assurances to their northern counterparts that they will settle their natives down. So they did not speak to all the savaging that is going on within the space, the insecurity, etc. So they are speaking more to reassure the northerners than to address the raging state of insecurity. So that is the entirety of
that is what I was trying to say. That yes, they are playing their game. They have been they have been appointed. They have been imposed on us. Okay, let me tell you something. We are not even getting all the stories right, because I'm from Imo State. I grew up in Owerri. As a matter of fact, my family are still there. I've got my younger ones and everybody in Owerri at the moment. So I get first-class information of what is happening. Our family house is just off Douglas Road, which is Ikonso Road. As it is, that is, So as it is, people are being abducted every day. Students, even. You understand? And when they killed Gulag, the police came out and said that they've within how many hours that they've apprehended the people and killed them that committed the crime. Come on, how easy was that?
They just went and shot some random innocents.
That is the problem. And the thing is, that's why I said the genocide has already started. So this one that the president made a statement, is just to confirm what is already happening. But he will get the shock of his life if he thinks that 2021 is 1967 to 1970.
Well, somebody will get the shock of their lives, because he is telling you that you will get the shock of your lives, and he will speak to you in your language, and you are saying he will get the shock of his life. So somebody will get the shock of his life, certainly.
That shock will be him getting it. First of all, 1967 to 70, Fulani didn't fight the war. They used the Middle Belt and some Yorubas to come and fight, and then
the situation remains. The situation remains. They have the weight of the Nigerian army, so it's repeat again.
The Nigerian army. Wait, how many of them are in the Nigerian army? That's what you should ask yourself.
But the Nigerian army is the Nigerian army. Yeah, but they will follow orders, will they not? Would they not follow orders?
One man, go. You are in the army, and they give you a gun to go and shoot your mom. You go and shoot them, isn't it?
What has my mom done to you? I kicked somebody off yesterday. I mean, leave my mom alone.
Okay. Yeah. So you're saying they will follow orders. Obviously, when it starts, then the Middle Belters and the Western, now have already. Everybody has seen what is happening at the moment. So it's not going to be like that 67 to 70 when almost everybody ganged up against it. It's not going to be like that. So if he's thinking that because of what happened then, he thinks they've got the mind to defeat them, he has to think again. I'm sorry, because that's not going to happen. But all the same, anyway, what is happening now is, what are our people doing? This is where you will see.
Yeah, but that is where the question is, because you see what your people are, what the Easterners, I don't want to say your people because they are my people too, but what the Easterners are doing, we already know what they are doing. Nnamdi Kanu is going full pelt with his own narrative. Then the Ohanese, they are playing the Nigerian nationhood narrative. And all of the big names within the Igbo space, they are playing wait and see. What is Chimamanda Adichie saying about all this? What is the Obi of Onitsha saying about all this? What is Jim Nwodo saying about all this? What is whoever, I don't, whichever names, what are they saying?
Man, I invited Chimamanda to this program, and I am hoping that she will accept and show
But what
up.
is her
But
politics? What is, because I've not seen her in this space. I've not heard anything from her.
That is what I am telling you. That is what I keep
all I see her is on all these gossip columns doing fine girl.
No.
Chimamanda can talk somehow because she's
Chimamanda
not
has been talking.
anyway, so she's
Exactly.
No,
she has
can
been
say her mind.
She has been
whatever she
writing.
feels.
She does more of writing than talking, and she has done a lot of writing to this issue. One man, the reality you have to understand is that the average Nigerian, by Nigerian, I mean even people that think they are not part of Nigeria, the average Nigerian does not read. Put anything on paper, people don't read. People rather follow sensational headlines.
So then she should come to the space that they will read now, that they will see now. How can she be in lofty heights? Yeah.
Hold on. You now that you've said that the Ohaneze is playing politics, it is not true. Ohaneze has released a statement to the statement by Ignoremus. Ignoremus said that he will kill all the Igbo people. Ohaneze responded by issuing a statement and inviting the international community. See, we are screaming now. This is what Ignoremus has said that he will do. And you people should come and intercede and help us and all that. Whether I agree with the content of their speech is a different matter. But they said something.
Because Ohaneze doesn't have power. Ohaneze,
but they have a voice. They have a voice. They have a voice, though.
And they have used the voice. And you are not.
No. I don't believe they've got a voice.
One man. No.
One man. Can I come in?
One presidency.
Hold on. Let Ada come in. Let Ada come in, and then we hear from Ovie. Yeah, let Ada come in. Okay, land, and then let Ada come in. Yeah.
Yes, land. Then Ada will come in. Please, now. Ohaneze has issued a statement. In your write-up to today's programs, you did not put what Ohaneze said, but you added the other ones. It is normal. It is not a criticism to you. Get it as I'm not criticizing you. But the point is that even the Ohaneze that we all think are toothless and all that, they are a legitimate body that has some form of recognition that people listen to, and they are made up of.
They are the equivalent to Afenifere. It's like Afenifere. Yes, the same. Yeah.
A sociocultural.
Listen, evolution. Ohaneze is useless. They join hands to invite the military anyway for the Python dance. So what can they do? They are useless. So
but we have moved beyond Python dance to a different space now. But let's hear what Ada has to say. Then we hear from Ovie. Ada, you were about to come in.
Yeah, well, what I want to say regarding this is that for the Ohaneze, I saw their statement earlier today. So they actually did put out a statement. But what I want to say is that when it comes to Igbo land or Southeast, our problem are the so-called elites. Because if the Igbo people are speaking in one voice, for example, or close to one voice, then we
is that not exactly what I'm just saying now?
I'm saying it is supposed to
be.
Then we will have more power, more strength.
Exactly. And then the rest of us can come behind that story.
You're so right with that. As it is now, we are speaking with different voices. But what happened on Sunday? I mean, no, it was a Monday. They stay at home. They sit at home, and how successful it is, I believe, has already changed the dynamics. And some of these so-called elites have also realized that this is bigger than just Nnamdi Kanu, and this is bigger than they thought, So it's making them, because if you remember, somebody like, is it Omahi, that said warned his people not to participate in the sit at home. He made a U-turn just the day before the seat at all.
We covered it. We covered it. Yeah.
He made a U-turn, and then Obiano, who is the governor of Anambra State, even on his own went to lay a wreath on that day as well. These are things
I saw that.
These are things that never used to happen, So what I'm trying to say is that thing that happened on Monday has changed a lot of narrative and has changed the dynamic. I believe that we are going to be seeing the Igbos speak, on something that looks like closer to speaking in one voice, because even the governors, they are not stupid. They are also watching the polity. They are also watching what is happening, and they can't keep being against their people. But no matter how passionate we are about having Biafra, or no matter how much we support, I tell people I'm not a Biafran supporter. I'm a Biafran. So they need to understand that. But the thing is, like one man, you said,
you're a Nigerian, not a Biafran.
Oh well, that's
Biafra
what you want
is in Nigeria. Biafra
that's what you want
in
to believe.
Nigeria now.
No, I like you. I always want to tease the reaction from Adam. She's not falling for it anymore.
So okay, so that's the thing, really. So, but I believe that things have changed. Things are going to change from now, because even with this, look at what happened today. Apart from just Igbos, even people from other tribes in Nigeria sort of
the first person to file a complaint was Shegun something. That was the first person to send a message to Jack. We must take this down. Yeah.
They rallied around the Igbos to the extent that they started trending I am Igbo too, and there was just so many beautiful things that came out from there. So I believe that we're going to begin to see some very good changes. I really do wish that all the other mouths.
One of the first persons to email Jack, to tweet Jack, was Shina Balogun. But then Maurice will come and tell us now that all Igbos are haters.
It was MI that started trending I am Igbo too. They had that trended later. So that was a good thing, and also it's also a shift, the sort of shift, the thing that we are talking about. Like Freddy said, this is not 1967. There are so many ways to kill a rat, so we can, there are so many things we can do.
Yes, but hold on. You say this is not 1967.
And then we'll have an outcome.
Hold on, Ada. You say this is not 1967, but Malam Buhari is from 1967. And the language, hold on, the language that is using to speak to the space is the language of 1967, and the resonance that is trying to conjure up is the resonance of 1967. He said to them that if you were too young to have been around for that time, I was around and I spent 30 months doing it. And I am now going to give you a repeat in a language that you will understand. So this is what he said. So 1967 is really where we are, if we're being honest.
He is an analog man in the digital age.
There you go.
No, it's so in 1967, would Twitter have done what they did to him? The answer is no. So
it doesn't matter. Buhari has spent all of his life shooting everything, and that shooting everything has led him to Aso Rock. So you only understand, shoot everything. He will just continue to shoot.
I think somebody said yesterday that they wish that the next president we will have is somebody who did not even witness the Civil War. I can't remember who said it, but it was a statement made here yesterday. So like you said, but Buhari might be living in 1967, but the world has moved on more than 1967. I pray and wish that...
But his solutions are from 1960. Are you not hearing it? His solutions are from 1967. He has said so himself that the solution that is preparing...
But he has been using that solution, but the problem is still there. But that genocide...
No, but that is why he is ignoramus, one man.
The genocide is already going on. Do you not understand that? But the problem has not been solved. The problem is still there. So his 1967 tactics is not working.
And it would never work.
And another thing is that the Southeast governors, if they want to be truthful to themselves, and even the security operatives, including the federal government, how many months now that the unknown gunmen, whoever they are, have been doing this attack that made them invite to have an army invasion on the Igbo land, and they are not yet able to even give us anything close to them being able to track these people. So what is their job? And
okay.
They have
sorry. Land that point, and then we hear from Ovie. Yeah.
Can I just land? They have this invasion in Igbo land with all the military and police presence. The more they send the military and the police, the more the unknown gunmen are attacking, even right there under their nose. So who is fooling who?
Oh, okay. Ovie, without saying all na politics, so without using that phrase, all na politics, what is your reading of what is going down today?
All na politics.
All na politics, of course. That is the answer to everything. All na politics.
That is opening line.
All na politics.
It's I don't know. It's sad that I mean, everybody agree that this is not 1960s, but yet we are so much focusing on Buhari, who is on home straight. Home straight in 400 meter athletics, in 400 meters, yes, what we call home straight. The home straight is the last 100 meters to the finish line. That's what this guy is headed to. It's not coming back to contest. This is a recruiting season for the elite. They will throw statements like that out there, and they watch how a elite from this side will react. And that's what we should be focused on. Who is speaking up against what this man said from our own end? What are they saying? Because that is what they are looking at. Before, as I said, it's a recruitment season. They are looking at who is responding. What is this person saying? How is he saying it? And that is what we.
Sometimes, no, you bury your head in the sand. Sometimes I wonder if you bury your head in the sand because you don't take cognizance of what is the decimal of the current situation, and you just go to that. It's all politics. Things are changing, and it is not up. Oh, okay, land your point, because I think you always go to the same point, but land your point.
Things are changing. Then why don't we focus on that thing that is changing, that is coming? Whether we like it or not, we are going to have a president come 2023.
Are we?
Listen, let me finish. Are we? Yes.
I agree.
And the way we are going about it, we are still going to have the same person that is worse than Buhari. Come, we focus on the man who's already out. Waiting concern now. How is he going to start what happened in 1960s in this current time? How? We should be focused on our own people. How is their reaction? What are they saying? Because now them they vie for this position. We are going to have a man that is worse than Buhari come 2023 if we continue like this. What is our people saying? What is their hands saying? They are focused on the race. They are focused on Clinton to the presidency come 2023 at our own expense. And we are just playing along with a follow-up, with a cover from Buhari. Is this, is that, he said this, that. This man is going to be our follower. He will be gone. And we go see, we go replace him with somebody with the same capability or even worse. Because we are focused on things that doesn't really matter. Let's focus on our own people. How are they reacting? How are people reacting? This man said.
Let me narrate to you a sequence of events just over this last 2 weeks or so, and without saying all our politics, which is probably where you will go to. Over the last 2 weeks or so, the Oduduwa movement have broken through the Idio-Roko border because they say they don't want Nigerian borders in their space anymore. And now the Kanu has done is sit at home, which is effectively changing the power base in the entirety of the South. Buhari has now responded that he's going to go in with extreme violence, and you are saying that it is all politics. Is that your answer? All not politics?
With all due respect, everything that is going on is being caused by our elite. They are the one financing, they are the one producing the weapon, everything that is going on, both the Igbohos and our elites are behind it. Let's stop pretending as if these people fell from heaven or the Americans.
Is Twitter a Nigerian elite? Is Twitter a Nigerian elite?
We are worried about what Twitter did to a president that is on his way out. Is that what we should be worrying about? How
No,
are people taking
he
it?
still got
People
2
who
years.
are going to people
He
are going to
still got
speak
2
for us
years,
tomorrow.
Jose.
What are they
Within
saying?
that 2 years, he is threatening to send military to the east.
Forget that thing. No, for our own people not to be reactive because they have seen the future. They know say this man forget them. As I said, now recruiting season, they will through what kind of statement. They see how they go react, not how we go react. How we react doesn't matter to them. What we are saying, right, doesn't matter. But how our own people, the men that we believe in or we voted for, we regard them as our elite, how are they reacting? Because that's what matters. Election will happen, whether we like them or not. It is beyond us. It will happen.
Not
So
when,
please, no go
not when
what are our people saying?
not when all the
See,
INEC offices are being destroyed.
see, guess
Where are
what?
they
If
going to hold
election
it?
no happen, Buhari will continue. That's
No, he
all.
can't. If he
He
continues,
will
that means
continue.
his
He has
government
see
will no longer
the
be
constitution
legitimate.
give
No,
am
he
6
His
weeks.
government will no
cannot, he
longer be
cannot,
legitimate.
no,
No,
he
no, no,
cannot
no.
See,
continue past his
No, he
listen,
tenure.
can't.
listen.
If he continue, his
Buhari
government will
has
no
He
longer
cannot
be
6 weeks.
continue
legitimate.
past his tenure.
Okay,
Buhari
okay,
have
you don't listen. Politics-wise, his government will no longer be legitimate. He cannot
No,
continue.
his presidency
see why
finishes in February
una too dey
2023.
make una put book aside face institution. How he want to come up for the if election no hold? Tell me. He's in
Wait,
charge of the
now, if
military and
No,
election
everybody.
no
How you
hold,
want to
there
put
will
am
be a
for?
committee now.
he will
Because
have to hand over.
if
No,
election
hold
no
on.
hold,
He will have
listen.
to
The
hand over
only
to the
thing that will
Senate
make election
president.
not to hold is
He will
war.
hand over to the
The
Senate
only thing that
president.
will not make election hold is war, and we are very far from that. Let's be frank. These
How
people
far
are
are we from that?
No,
these
we are
people are
closer to war than we are
forget
to
that thing
election.
in Nigeria now. Wait till we see Nigeria ourselves.
Okay,
Forget
all
say we
Okay,
dey
right.
misbehave. Forget say things
okay,
are getting bad. It no fit just
okay.
happen like that. We don't pass that level. What would they talk? So our elite they are happy. Them are making them all of them they sit down now. They don't talk anything. Watch them because they are not them
Yes.
have
What
the
is
legit.
Rotimi Amechi saying?
What are
What
those
is
people
Rotimi Amechi
saying?
saying?
What is Bola Tinubu saying? What are those that now that bring Buhari come? What are they saying? Are these critical
Listen,
women?
those guys are
They
not going to say
quiet because of
anything.
what they are focused on 2023. That's why they are not saying anything. Because if
Exactly.
they say anything that
Those
is
guys are
contrary
not
to
going to
what the
say
presidency is
anything.
doing, they will come after them. So we
The
should go
people that,
after them now. Let's go
Ovie,
after them. Let's hold
Ovie,
them responsible now.
the people you are calling are not going to say anything. The people that are saying
But
things
now
now,
them, those are our state. See, they have more power than us. We know if we do anything without them. At this point,
no, they
if
don't
una
get
feel
to.
Okay,
The
okay.
power is going on. You
Hold
need to
on,
why
happen
Friday.
in the
fire dey your
Hold on,
heart?
Friday.
See, we are
The
Hold
the
on,
power
one
is
Friday.
feeling
slipping
the
away from
heat, and
them.
I'm telling
Hold
you,
on.
if we
Nobody
want this
can hear
heat to
anybody.
come down, if we want this heat to stop, let's surround our own people that we send to Abuja every fucking year, every fucking. Let's join them
Okay.
together and greet them and see what is going to happen.
Okay.
The Fulani are doing and doing because our people have been compromised.
Ovie, okay, let me ask you a question, and that question is based on you saw the Buhari clip here. You heard what he said.
He said I don't want to own is it that's not an official statement. He said
Okay.
it. I watched it. I've seen it.
So what then do you think the consequence of that statement would mean?
The consequence is that if we fail to hold our own people accountable, anything will come and more take them. That's what the consequence.
No. Forget
Whatever
our
they
people.
consider it.
Forget our people.
What
Buhari is
people
the
forget our
president.
people?
No,
Oh,
Buhari
wait.
is the president. Is the president of not just his own people, but the entirety of the country. So what he said today, what do you think what do you think he meant by what he said?
I am telling you.
Don't run.
I don't care what he meant. This man is on his way out. I don't care what he does.
What do you think the price
doing?
is?
Anything?
What do you think the price of what he said will be?
The price is that if we fail to start grilling our own people now, we should accept anything that they throw to us from now on. That's it.
He said in the shortest possible time, he said a lot of resources will be devoted to it. He said they will get the shock of their lives. And he said he will, hold on. Right. So what do you think the consequences of those words will be? Forget our people.
What do you expect me to tell you now?
No, he is the president now. He's the president. What do you think the consequences of those words will be?
Buhari is not daft. This is a man who has been a statesman for the past 50 years. He knows what he is doing. Now, with the underrated, you understand? Now, with the underrated, as I said, now recruitment season, when they say Fulani no get sense, they are illiterate, they are stupid. Okay. See, these men know what they are doing.
Okay, but you've not answered the question. Are you a politician yourself?
I'm telling you, the consequences is that if we don't face our own people, anything we see that come out of this administration or country, then we will accept them. We will accept them.
Ovio, this is not a joke. You need to be serious.
No, I don't think Ovie doesn't get it.
I'm not joking. I did tell you how this nothing where they happen, where these elite are not responsible. Who died today, who died tomorrow, who died next. They are the one responsible. We don't have anything to start killing. What do we get to kill ourselves? We don't have, whatever that we are to kill, they provide it. You understand? What will happen after 2023? That region, we will see some militants who will come up for that region strong because weapons had been disbanded now to them. At the end of after the election, what would they do with it? They will come and want it. The same thing happened in Niger Delta. We all know if they happen, this thing, they have a textbook that they follow. Just pay attention. Everything way they happen, it is repeatedly. They are not that smart to be devising myths or whatever. They have a rule that they follow. Now we just analyze them.
Okay. What should we do? What should we do to their list?
Hold on, let me shuffle evolution
to
bring Nodi in.
Why you know insult Amechi? Why you know insult the governor of Imo? Why you know insult the governor of this? Why they insult Buhari? Insult those people that actually you can see one-on-one because those people empower Buhari. They bring Buhari to us.
Ovie,
they bring it to us.
What is Buhari's job, Ovie?
Buhari is good. That's a very sound question. Buhari is the president of Nigeria. But let's face it.
And what is Nigeria? What is Nigeria?
See now, that's where
is Yoruba land Nigeria? Is Igbo land Nigeria?
Buhari is a human being. He has his own interest. Hold
on, Ovie. Are the Yoruba people? Are they Buhari's people as the Nigerian president? Are they his people?
I don't think
the Igbo people his people.
Listen, I don't think Bola Tinubu, who has more say than us, is complaining about this man that me and you are complaining about.
No, I'm asking you now. Answer the question now.
What I think at this point
is the Yoruba man Buhari's people? Is an Igbo man Buhari's people as the president of Nigeria?
Buhari is a fool animal who, as far as I'm concerned, is doing exceptionally well for his people.
All right.
That's
okay.
It.
So he's not the Nigerian president then, as you said.
Learn so that tomorrow we'll go and let somebody who has the same mindset like that person. That's what I'm just saying. We should learn. This man, we don't know and them now may bring out to us the likes of Tulibu. What are they saying now? That's what we should be concerned about.
Okay. You know what is going on here is either I am missing the point completely or you are missing the point completely. But
no,
one of us is missing the point completely.
You are analyzing the problem. I am telling you how we will not trade this part again. How we can put an end to this problem. Now, problem you they are lies.
No, you are saying hold our people to account. Is Buhari not our people? Is it not the Nigerian president?
Have the gods. Buhari have the temerity to do and undo today because our people empowered him. Who put them there now? Don't be saying you know carry go and come up in the living room say I want to become president. No. Imagine they package this man for us.
When you are saying
all those people responsible because they are about to package another person for us. That's what I'm saying. We should hold them responsible. They will bring another man for us again.
I think you missed the point entirely, but you probably think I missed the point entirely. But let's hear what the point is from
another. What this man said is clear and it's obvious to the dumb and dumb.
You don't have an issue with mass killing that this guy is advocating as the Nigerian president.
I am telling you why the mass killing is taking place. Why is the mass killing taking place? Because our leaders are responsible, our elite are responsible. Why the killing are taking place? That's what I'm saying.
So what do you expect our elites to do about it?
Why? That's what instead of what do I expect them to do about it? What do you? It's not about what them because they won't do anything about it. What do you want them to do? You voted for them. Hold them responsible.
I know that
it's gone.
I know that they have no capacity to do anything about it because they have no
power.
So
why did you vote for them then? Why did you give them your power?
They are administrators essentially. What are you saying? Why did we vote for who? What do you think the potency of what do you think the power of a Nigerian governor is? What is the power of a Nigerian governor? Nothing.
In that whole statement that Buhari put out, he said he is doing everything within the constitution. He said it. I don't know why would they leave that man they go house, leave and make it they go. Focus on the people who bring and come because they are in the process of bringing another person to us. They will bring another man that is worse than Buhari to us. No will focus on the man that is already turning back on us. He has turned back on us already. It's going home.
Okay. All right.
He said you know why he said it. He's not a kid. He's not stupid. He's not foolish. Yeah, he might be sick as they claim. That man is very, very aware of what he's doing. It's not out of incompetence. It's deliberate.
It's deliberate that he wants to genocide people to the point that Twitter is deleting his tweets. Okay, let's hear what Nodi has to say because I think one of us is missing something in what the other person is saying.
I'm talking
yes.
about tomorrow. You they talk about today. That's the difference.
Yeah.
I'm talking about tomorrow. You are talking about today. That's the difference.
Okay. Let's hear Nodi.
I'm trying to understand where Ovie stands on this matter. What actually you're driving at? But
Ovie's answer to everything is all our politics.
How we get here. How did we get to this point? That's where I'm at. How did we get here? How did we get Buhari? How did we end up with him? Because there's another process that is coming now that will get us the same person or worse. That's what.
Okay. Let's hear.
It's gone.
Let's hear Nodi's take on it, and then I'll come and interrogate your position a bit more. So Nodi,
Yeah, to address the topic for today, yesterday I tried my best to be here. I must apologize for that. I was on a call for a long time, and I noticed you did.
That's fine. You were busy. You did say that you were on a call. But today's
talking about today's issue with Buhari's statement and the fallout from it. You see, like I said on your platform here, the Northerners, especially the core North, sometimes I just wish Gideon Oka had a successful coup when he did that coup back then, because I think Gideon Oka and his accomplices, I think they all had this foresight. I mean, they've seen into the future how the kind of chaos that country will experience, which we are experiencing today. That was why when he did that coup, he announced those core northern states to, he seceded them by himself. Let's say let them go on their own. You see, what Buhari did, his statement, really reveals the depth of his the bigotry in him. It reveals the depth of that thing that he has been hiding in himself. He has been hiding under the guise of a statesman, but then that's what it made, the statement he made. Initially, we were all thinking maybe his speech writers or whoever, his handlers were the one who were calling the shots in that Aso Rock. But from what he said, it reveals the real thing, the real person in him, and which also goes for all other core northern states. Tell me, just give me any politician, give me their names. I will tell you who they are. Are you talking about Tambua, who is the governor of Sokoto State? He's a bigot. Either you realize it or not. These guys are, like I've said on your platform here, you see, the religious aspect that these people bring into the polity in Nigeria is one of the things that is really causing wahala in that country. Tambua, some few days ago, or a week ago, Hemak or whatever, they say he gives some amount of money to some religious people to go get trained somewhere. I don't know, whatever it is. Where are the Christians? Are the Christians also part of are they not also major contributors in that country? No, they are not. Now, we had Sultan of Sokoto, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, saying they should include Sharia in the constitution. Now, look at what an emir or whoever is advocating for. You're calling for trouble, which is one of the reasons why we've been here where we are right now in that country. Now, if you look at it very well, none of the elites of that core northern states, even in fact, Kaduna that I will refer as maybe part of a middle belt, but not really middle belt, maybe southern Kaduna, the so-called governor is a bigot himself. So all those elites, so-called elites from the core north, they are all bigots to me. I don't see any of them as bringing anything that will bring progress, that will bring peace to that nation called Nigeria, or country called Nigeria. So what I'm trying to say in essence is this, that what Buhari said reveals the real person that he is, as really reveals his real personality. Now, talking about Malami is also a bigot. You can see that from his condescending attitude. So if you listen to that guy, the way he talks, he has this condescending persona. Like, even when he was talking to Shehu Okibaloye, you could see reading from his.
No, that Shehu, he should not be on the screen. The way he panders to those people is just, I feel embarrassed for him.
Well,
Your Excellency, let me lick your bottom. Your Excellency, let me lick your bottom.
So he's just doing his job, and I think I wanted to comment because I think they disabled their comments. I wanted to tell him that
yes, on Twitter, on channels television, yes, they've done that for months now. They disable. How can you be a media outlet and disable your?
Nobody can comment.
I mean, unbelievable.
It's ridiculous. So what I'm saying is, you see, everything still boils down to one thing. If this guy does not allow, if this guy is from the corner does not allow a new constitution, I think Nigeria should just go on their separate ways. That's just the only thing. Because I've been saying this not because I want Nigeria to break, but the thing is this: I could tell you know. I mean, over here you can jail, you can laugh. I'm not saying
I'm not laughing at you.
Okay, sorry for giving a wrong meaning to what you're doing. So what I'm saying is this: that country's problem has religious aspect to it. As long as that religious aspect is always emphasized by the core northerners.
Is it not entirely about religion? Is it not entirely about religion that the problem that we have?
So
because
now look at Southwest now.
Yeah.
Okay, let me say this again. Now, if at all we are even allowed that Sharia, now look at what is happening in those core northern states. Now, you as a Yoruba man, and maybe me from South or wherever I come from, Igbo person, whatever, we want to go and have maybe a piggery there, farming, want to farm pigs, or want to start selling beer. Would they allow it?
They will behead you.
No, they will not allow it. But now, when you institute this Sharia, look at what they're trying to do with that Sharia is that when they bring it to Southwest or maybe Southeast or South, at some point they will enforce their laws on everybody. Because what they said was that this initially said in Connaught, or the law will only apply to Muslims. But now, look at what is going on. They go to shops owned by Southerners who are Christians, and they will bring out their bottles, and they will bring out their bottles and they will break it down. They'll break it or everything, seize it and everything. And at the end of the day, you go to your federal whatever allocation and go get allocation from the government, from the money that they get. You get paid. I mean, people are paying from their taxes and everything, and you see. So that is why that country needs to be renegotiated. If those people does not want that renegotiation, I think they should allow them go on their own. That's what I think that will happen. Because as long as you see I just mentioned any of their names, except I don't know him very well. Any of those elites from those core northern states, all of them, they hide under the disguise of their religion. They will bring this facade of, we are just trying to bring the country together. We love all Nigerians. No, forget it. As soon as I get there, they will implement their Sharia. Or they want to promote that Sharia in any way. They can't even force everybody to do it. They will promote it. It
is almost impossible. It is almost impossible for Nigeria to continue in the form that it is. Whether on our politics or not, I think people, because there's an awakening or reawakening within the Nigerian space now, especially within the southern regions, and they are seeing the weight of what they are carrying, and they are saying they cannot carry it anymore. So we cannot have it. Something has to give. That's just almost a certainty.
The only thing is they should take out anything religion out of the constitution. Religion should be your personal, between you and your God. You don't bring it.
You know, these people, they use state money to pay for people to go to Jerusalem, to go to Hajj. What is this? What is this business of the state with somebody going to Jerusalem and Hajj?
So should not even be the case.
What about the Babalawos? What are they giving to the Babalawos and the Ifa worshippers if they are paying for people to go to Hajj and Jerusalem?
Nobody's making case for them.
I just want to talk about. I want to talk about OVA. While I agree with OVA and what OVA said about, but really I don't really understand where you stand in this matter. But I just want to say this is my own take on what you said. I'm not trying to attack you. But what I'm trying to say is, it's true we need to not focus more on Buhari. Buhari is almost out of his way. He's almost out of the whole thing. But the polity, the current reality in that country, that guy did a hard petrol to the fire. So which is affecting the possibility of the 2023 that everybody's talking about.
That's why I said now recruiting season then. They recruit.
Hold on, Nadi. You say Buhari is on his way out. Buhari is on his way out in 2023. From the statement that he made just today, it's almost certain that at least a couple of hundred people, if not more, in the southeast will not make it to that 2023, just off the back of what that guy said now.
Anytime the government put out a statement, they are expecting two reactions, that of the citizen and that from opposition or the elite. In this point, the citizens are actually giving them what they expect. Of course, they expect the citizens to go crazy about what he said, and we are giving it to them. Again, now they are now watching what are those people who believe they want something contrary to the. What are they saying? How are they moving? What is their reaction? That's what they are watching. So that's where I'm at. And that's why anytime the government put out a statement, you got to really see, why is this person saying this? What is the meaning? I mean, we all agree it's not 90s, it's not in the 60s no more. How are you going to carry out that kind of thing that, I mean, just a tweet, the whole world is already out of it already.
OVA, what should we do to the elite? Should we kill all of them, one after the other?
I mean, I won't say that outright, but they are killing us.
You should go after them then. You should lead it. Give us solutions, please.
And the funny thing is, the weapon where they use kill ourselves, now then they produce them, now then they give us. We haven't reached to be buying weapons by ourselves. So if they kill us and you feel that whatever you think, if I won't come kill you, what can you do to me? What will you do to me? That's the question you should ask yourself now. I'm not going to tell you.
Okay. It looks like people are not as alarmed as I thought people would be by because I was expecting people to be outraged by what Buhari said, but I'm not
very
getting.
upset.
I'm
very upset with that.
Maybe
I wish I can struggle him in my sleep. Or
maybe it's all now politics, but
it's not politics though, because he's already killing people.
If me, the little I know about that man, good. What are people that brought him for us? Are you not telling me they are innocent of all this man? What he's
They are not. They are not. We're not saying.
Exactly.
I'm not saying no.
So why are we not blaming him? Why are we blaming him? Let's focus on those people who bring him, because that's what they are going to bring us.
Hold on, Ovie. You cannot, because you do this a lot, so we have to knock it on the head now. You cannot continue to attribute Buhari's antecedents or his his actions to Tinubu, etc., and the people that brought him in. Tinubu facilitated for him to come in, fair enough, but I don't think even Tinubu had the anticipation that Buhari will end up being the sort of person that we're seeing now. So, everybody facilitates a presidency. Everybody facilitates. Obasanjo facilitated him too. Shoyinka facilitated him too.
Yes,
everybody facilitated him. Nobody anticipated that it was going to be like this.
Let me tell you why. Because in Nigeria we dey. The only way to take out a sitting president through impeachment, me and you know that one no go happen. So what is the point? We not go fit do anything. So now we have to focus. How did we get here? So that we not go get the same thing again.
We keep getting distracted.
We know how we got here. We know how we got here.
It's a game. Do you think that them could just sit down, relax, and drink it? No, they are also working twice as hard as you to make sure you stay the way you are.
Ovie, let me ask you a question. How can you strategize for 2023 in the face of all this chaos and everything, distractions? We call it distraction. How do you think we can concentrate, be able to focus on 2023, and how to gather people to? How do you think so?
This energy, where would they focus on this administration that is already there? So let's focus on those that brought this administration.
And by the way,
listen, they go bring them. No,
I want to knock some of your narratives on the head so that we can bring you into reality. All these are focus on how we got here. We all know how we got here. The permutations at that time was
the same process. We get us another one. It's the same process. It hasn't changed. The process hasn't changed.
Okay, what are you advocating then? What is your, because you confuse me sometimes.
Listen, these same people will package Buhari, wear and suit, wear and Igbo cloth, wear and Yoruba cloth. They don't start again. You understand? That's what I'm saying. See, presidency is not really our. We don't actually have anything to say because they will present somebody for us to vote for. So let's focus on those people who are taxed now to select the next president. And that's what we are saying. It's the elite from our own end, because they are bringing. Would they underrate this government and say, "Go, I don't know what they do"? Do you think they actually sit down?
When you say focus on when you say focus on the elite, how do you change the paradigm? Because as you rightly said, the decisions on who becomes the Nigerian president It's not really down to the Nigerian person.
But then we will put on Buhari, put it on our own people. Our own people, we know them now. So that's why I'm mentioning
yes,
we know them. Put that we know them. Something's going to change. So
nothing will change. Is the pressure not on them? Is the narrative not on them?
Have you tried it?
Tried what? Are we not calling Tinubu out every single day? What do you want us to do? Go and stone his house in Bodilium?
No. Okay.
Because you're speaking hold on, you speak in abstract terms sometimes.
Yeah.
So speaking
I am telling you what is happening and what is going to happen tomorrow. I'm just telling you how these things work.
Okay. Let me tell you how I understand it to work. A bunch of elite gather and they decide on who is going to be the next president. We saw that especially in 1999, and then they do this whole and then they do this whole charade that they've had an election, and then of course they've already appointed the person that is going to superintend that election, and of course he will just announce who they have already predetermined was going to be the president. That was how we got Obasanjo. That was how we got Yar'Adua. That was how essentially we got Goodluck, although Goodluck Jonathan was a bit fortuitous, but that was certainly how we got Buhari. So that is how the system works. The decisions are made by. So we know all this.
We are in a country whereby
how then do you smash through that? You are saying you have to go after the local elites, but in what form?
If we actually have a democracy, a system of government that actually works, that we can actually, push for impeachment and it actually work. There you can be focused on the president, the partner, and what is not capable of the what is doing wrong and all that. That's when you focus on it. But at this point, we can't do him anything. I'm sorry to say that, it's sad, but we can't do him anything. So people who they bring these people to us, they sell them to us because that's how it works. You agree that the elites will come together and select somebody that will sell it to us. So these people where they gather together, this elite, so why are we so scared of them?
Well, let me ask I'll let you in, but let me just nail Ovie down because he talks in those abstract terms. Those elites that you are mentioning, let's start adding names to them. So we're talking about people like Babangida, we're talking about people like Obasanjo, we're talking now about people like Tinubu, we're talking about the northern power base, the oligarchs, the sultans, the emirs, and the stalwarts from the armies. So we're talking about those voices, and we're talking about prominent Eastern voices as well. And we're talking about a private conversation that takes place between and amongst these elements to agree on who is going to come out. And then, of course, that person then they'll just pick an opposition and then announce him at the end of a charade, which is a process. So that is what is happening. But what are you asking us to tackle?
What I'm asking you to tackle is that why are you tackling what you cannot change?
So what can we change?
You cannot change him. Anybody that can change him is the people who brought him to us. Those are the people that can change him. Let's focus that energy on these people.
Who are they?
No good I just have to insult Buhari, so no good insult them like that and see. These same people, don't forget, they will come in, they will drive into our community with big jeep and flying private jet, living luxury on our expense. Guess what? We end up giving them title. We don't give them whatever.
I'm not going to call you naive because you're a man of accomplishment, but there's that comment lacks in sophistication. The way you are saying it, because that's an unsophisticated comment to make.
I'm sorry if you know they sophisticated, but not the truth. Me just they talk the truth, so that person where they village where they listen to me go no say now. So these people.
Okay, because so it's very. If you are saying going after the elites, we've already just gone through. Do you disagree with those list of names that I just came up with as the people who decide who will be the president?
Those ones where they're not, we can't do them anything. We not insult them, make them evil listen. Insult your senator where they represent you. Say he no fit do anything to the person where he swore to uphold. He no fit do him. Insult him, you see. Just insult them.
But let's start doing that. Let me say something. What do you think? Now, looking at the political calculus of Nigeria, you understand? Say the Northerners, by the way they just share that country, it's like they get more. They get more say in the government.
I have something against that word share. I'm against that word share.
Hold on. Make my point. Now, if you look at that, if you look at their even this constitutional amendment that they do, if they bring in many things there, okay, we want referendum. If they block them, what the Southwest not get that political block to really oppose them. That is the reason why it no go work.
How would they get there? How come they have so much power all of a sudden? Why?
The northern state, you know, I mean, if it times their number of House of Rep and the House of Senate, if it times how many they get, you know they have more than Southwest and all of us combined.
I've done a video on that.
Listen, now don't military.
So in the northeast alone, they have 113 representations. In the southeast, they have 58. So just one section of the north, it has almost double the amount, and then the next one has about 70 something. The next one has about 80 something. 3 times the level of representation.
So what are we talking about? So what mouth your rep or your so-called elite from the south? What mouth they get to bring about that change? What do they talk about?
These people are able to be this larger than life in terms of leadership because our people, 99% of the time, they compromise. They accept positions. They accept bank accounts in Switzerland, America, and all that. Now, when they pass most of these bills, how many times did they come follow you sit down for your community? Say, come. This is what is being discussed in the National Assembly. Of course, if I'm there to, I'm not going to do it because people who are the represent don't even know that that's what I'm supposed to be doing.
Even if they sit down with you.
Listen, these people are this big because our people, they compromise because we no sense. We claim to be so much educated, know how things they work.
Do you know why our people hold on? Do you know why our people are compromised? It's because they are impotent. They have no potency. Yeah, that is why they are compromised.
Why are you not calling them out? Why are you not focused on the man?
Did you hear what I just said? They have no potency. You've already just heard how just the Northeast alone has twice as many representation as the Southeast. All of the vestiges of power is vested in that space, and the military security structures are centrally controlled. So what potency do you have? It's just noise making that we have. We have nothing more than noise making.
No be noise making. See. Let's focus on our president Buhari.
Okay.
You know why me respect him. See, this is a man who, at this point, I will have to compare him to Usman Danfodio for what he has done for the Fulani nation. However I accomplish it, I don't give a fuck because we allowed him. Buhari was, listen, Obasanjo was our president.
Hold on, Ove. Hold on. Okay, I just want to take Ada's permission. Ada, let me shuffle you to bring evolution in. Carry on, Ove.
Obasanjo was the president for solid 8 years. What did he do for his people now? His own people. I don't forget about Nigeria. What did he do with his own people? Nothing. How many times they insult him up to today? Because he's still very active. Our brother Goodluck was also a president for 5 years. What has he done specifically for his own people? Forget about Nigeria now. Because when you are electing a president, as the presidency, he's a human being like every other person. He has his own personal interests. He has his own people interests. He has his party before the whole country. I'm sorry to say that's how I work anywhere in the world.
Your logic there. Hold on. We don't hear you so much. Just hold on. There's something you miss out in the whole thing where you did put forward. Yes. If person gets presidency, one would assume that they have more power. Any region will get that presidency, will get more power. But in the way Nigeria is structured right now, with the composition of those people will get in the House of Rep and Senate, the Northerners wedge more power. Now, in the case of what's it they call them?
How did they get this power?
Hold on. Now, make I land.
You are using different kind of grammar.
Hold on, make I land. Now, nobody they talk Togo Churechi here. They talk what you understand. Now, if you look at the calculus, the whole thing, they get more than us from the south. Now, even though we get the president, they are just lame duck. There's nothing they can do. Now, I'll give you the reason. Now, it was under the watch of Obasanjo that they brought about the Sharia in Connaught. Was it under his watch? Now, when Goodluck was there, he saw his Niger data as
you know why they succeeded in that? You know why they succeeded in that? Because Obasanjo was focused on seeding Bakassi away to the international community.
Hold on. Whatever be the reason. Whatever be the reason. You are also saying that Fulani get brain. Well, they get brain, you don't get brain. That is not even the issue. What I'm trying to tell you is this.
There's a reaction,
in the political calculation of Nigeria, the Northerners have more weight than the South combined. The whole of South. Now, this is what I'm trying to say.
They get that way?
Because you have to pander to them.
How?
Any president from the Southwest, any president from the South, have to pander to them, because by their calculus, they can make the life of that.
Who is Buhari pandering to?
Listen. He's pandering to his own people.
No. Who is Buhari pandering to?
He's pandering to his own people.
Exactly. So our people is our problem, and they don't can forget those northern people. Focus on us. Obasanjo was there for 8 years. He was busy sitting Nigeria away.
There is nothing you can do
to busy increasing their own people. They see future. Make you
I get you, Ovi. I understand what you're saying. I totally understand you. But there's something where you did miss out in this whole thing.
Tell me what is it?
Why did you do that?
Sorry, sorry, Ovi. There's something you're missing. What this guy's trying to say is because they have numerical advantage, and you're asking us how did they get
Listen to that point, because that's the point you are missing.
They have more in numbers, but how did they achieve that number?
That's what I'll tell you. Wait now, how they got it was because in the creation of states and local government. Where do you get your representatives from? They come from each state, and they've got 19 states in the north and 17 in the south. Okay, then out of that, Kanu alone has about over how many local government? That's where you get your House of Rep. Kanu alone has more local government.
I think it has about 44. Yeah,
exactly. Than Imo, Anambra, and Abia, Imo and Anambra put together. Okay, so
you see.
Come on, Ovie.
Good. Let me answer that. Let me answer that now. When the Northerners get the opportunity, what do? They focus on increasing their people, however way they fit. When we get our position, what do? We oppress our people. When Obasanjo was a president, he was busy fighting Lagos State, denying them their duly federal this thing. He was fighting Tinubu. That is what we do to our people. He went when there was a problem in OD village or the community. What did he do? He just go there and clean them out. Phew. When they were pushing this agenda of increasing numbers in their own area, what did Obasanjo do? Obasanjo was focused on seeding Bakassi away for his own selfish interest. So how could they focus on our people? When you are a president, and for ability for you to be a very good president is the capacity you have to lobby other people to get what you want. And if you cannot do that, I'm sorry, you have failed. None of them do anything for their people. Look at what Buhari is doing his people. He's bringing more clients to Nigeria.
I'm not saying you're totally wrong.
I am sorry. As time goes on, it will be very difficult for us to win any election.
I'm not saying you're totally wrong in your
deliberately, my people.
No, Ovie's point is a
number. How did they get
You're not totally wrong, but you are missing out some points.
I am not. You have not told me what I'm missing.
You're not considering those points.
You just said that. How did they get what they have?
Hold on.
However you see,
I agree with you. I agree with you. Have the number. I'm just saying, how did they get that numbers?
Of course, our people told you, our leaders. Go on, please.
Our leaders. Is it that you're not listening to them? So let's focus on our leaders.
Yes, our leaders. Yes, the leaders are they are the problem we get for that Southwest.
So let's focus on them. Let's focus on them.
Well, you see, that's not the problem. The problem is this. The problem is what really constitutes that country. As long as we cannot focus, if you cannot tackle that thing, anything where you bring anything else you bring, any solution where you prefer, no go work. If you go meet Tinubu now, excuse me, let me make this point. If you go meet Tinubu, go meet Edwin Clark, go meet all of them, they beat all of them, or you might just say, now what make them listen to now. As long as that issue is still there, the main problem, we see that major power to them. As long as it's still there, it's always going to create that problem. So we need to sit down and put the whole thing again and restructure the whole thing and make everything works equally for everybody. That is just the only solution. So the only solution with them say, go meet Tinubu, go meet this one, talk to them. What thing they get, what smart they get. They're just puppets. They're just being used by these northerners to achieve whatever aim they want to achieve. And they know them out.
What do you think? Why have they always objected to the to restructuring, to going back to regionalism? Because this system is favoring them more. When you go back to the regions, obviously, then that power that they have now, they won't have it anymore. That is why whenever they talk about that, they kick it out because they know that it's not going to favor. Yes, it's
Ovia has forgotten that Nigeria is a lawless country.
We are making. What I'm seeing here, we are making excuses for our leaders. Now, guess what?
Sorry, let me shuffle Bia. Let me shuffle Bia for engineer.
Let me ask you today, if they come for a constitutional review or they come for a new constitution, guess who people will go to presidential? These same our people. If we are not grilling them now, the same thing will happen. Now they could see happen. Trust me, Fulani man don't just sit down, just they wait. He has some packages, positions, houses in Dubai, accounts everywhere. That's what they do. And that they know what we want because we keep making excuses for our people. This Fulani, as I said, they are so powerful today because our people compromise. They can do and undo because they know. Just listen to them. There's a man that spoke on channels a while ago. We're talking about constitution and all that. I say, come. That's not how things work. We will live in a civilized nation. We have a constitution that is guiding us. If we want to make change, it has to be through this constitution. Not be me and you go there, rewrite the constitution. We have to send our own elite.
The thing
but
is,
we are making excuses for these people who we are putting our destiny into their hand. But here we did that, they blame the Fulani.
But the elite,
like, what is
let me say this. Sorry, engineer. Did you hear what Bajabi Amila said yesterday? Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? Did you hear what he said?
Let me hear.
He said the current constitution is not perfect. That there's a need for a more better constitution. He just expressed his own opinion. No? Even though hold on. Even though he is the speaker, he's the head of, the speaker of the House of Rep. Do you think he has much power? If after they bring that in on board, say okay, they want to deliberate those things. Do you think they can really bring about that? Okay, let us create a new constitution.
Maybe I'm asking for too much from our leaders. Maybe
you're not.
This is how I live.
How to achieve it?
If I go into hold on.
Let engineer come in. Engineer, come in.
Oh, thank you. You see, to be honest, in addition to what Ovia was saying, if you look at all these people, right, they have that power. When you come to think about politics, if you look at the Northerners, they are into politics. Politics is something they have, is in their blood. They know how to manipulate. They know how to play. They know how to twist every human being in Nigeria. Regardless of how we can still vote for people from the South, there's the way these people can grab them, take them down to the North, and sort them out. And they will still come out and say, you know what, allow them to do this. Still, what Ovia will say, we have to be very, very careful on the people that we are going to elect when it comes to 2023, because history can repeat itself again. Because at the end of the day, I'm telling you what he's saying, he is right. I live with them. I grew there. I went to primary school, police primary school in Maiduguri, and that's where I learned proper Hausa, proper. You understand? So when it comes to things like this, trust me, these people, they are into politics. It's running in their vein. They know how to twist people. So regardless of, we just have to be very, very, very careful.
So engineer,
look at this. Hold on. Herdsmen have been ravaging that country for how many months now? They never term them as terrorists.
At all.
Overnight, IPOP na terrorists. What are people saying about it?
He's opening eyes.
What do you mean they are saying nothing? We speak about it all the time. Ovie, you are missing. Sorry.
I am not missing anything.
Hold on, evolution. Hold on, Ovie.
Our people are just those.
Hold on, Ovie, please.
Our elite.
Evolution. Let me shuffle you one more time just to bring out your in. Maybe we'll add some sanity to this. Ovie, I think you are missing something, which is it is a game of numbers. The weight of any change
did they get that number? See, up to now, I know people believe in plenty passes. How come it is Sahara Desert, how more population than us? Everything has sense.
Hold on. Who created the 36 states in Nigeria, Ovie?
How many years
ago? It was Babangida. It was Babangida, right? So who created the local governments that we have in space now? It was Babangida. That was under a military fiat, but then that is the system now that we're operating under. So now, how do we change that system? Hold on, Ovie. How do we change that system that was given to us by military fiat? How do we change it? We have to change it by the strength of numbers of the legislature.
No. You are getting no. That's too far. Before we even get to that point, you say military hand over and to us. Who did they give? Who was the person in charge at that time? If I remember.
How do you mean?
Obasanjo was the president at that time, and he knew that it's not okay, and he sit on it because he was benefiting from it. What are you saying? If they give me something,
Ovie, I want you to be quiet and pay attention. Yeah. You see, even the people around you are getting confused.
I'm talking. I want you. Can you just do this? Just do this. Me and you enter into contract.
No, you are saying about
present to you is not right. You because it's something
you have to listen to understand what
that man was busy planning for third term.
Okay,
remember, forget Obasanjo. You don't hold him responsible. He is the foundation of our problem.
Forget Obasanjo.
I won't forget. It's why no. Why you forget that?
Just listen first. Now you have to listen. Listen without interruption, but listen. So Babangida created those 36 states and essentially all the local government areas that we have in place now, and then that was what transmuted into the states that we have now. So when Obasanjo took over as president, he came in under a constitution that was created by Abdul Salami. So that constitution binds him. So now for him to change that constitution, he has to go through the legislature, which is the House of Reps and the House of and the Senate. He has to go through that because he cannot change the constitution by fiat. He cannot. So are you listening? Can you listen? If you don't listen. Let's just hear from Ayo then. It doesn't look as though you want to.
No, I'm listening. I won't interrupt you again. I'm sorry.
You're not listening. What I'm saying is, if Obasanjo is ever going to change the constitution, it has to go via the houses, the House of Reps and the House of and the Senate, and the House of Reps and the Senate is padded in favor of the Northern Power Bloc. So for him to change the constitution to disadvantage them, it will never happen. So this is the situation. So I don't know.
Can I explain? Can I
one man. No, let me jump in.
Hold on, everybody. Let me say this. Let's hear from Ayo because we've heard a lot from both of you.
This is a very interesting talk. Obasanjo entered under a very weakened position. He just came out of jail. Let me finish. Let me land, please. Obasanjo, he just came out of jail. That 1999 constitution that he was operating under, he didn't even see that constitution until he was installed as president. Now, how is he going to now then turn around and say, let's tear up this constitution? It's ridiculous. Let's do something else. It was too soon. He couldn't. He was weakened. Don't forget, we were coming off how many years of military rule before he came into power. Everyone was just happy that at least finally we can breathe. We have a democratically elected government. Yes, it's flawed, but it's democratic. At least so it seemed. And we were hoping that, the wheels of progress will keep on moving and things will evolve beyond where they are today.
Can I interject at this point?
Let me finish over you. But what has happened today is that constitution has run its course. We've realized it's created more problems than anything. It's given the North too much power, and clearly the North are in no mood to negotiate with anyone. They're pretty much they would rather burn the house down, which is exactly what they're doing. If they don't get their way, they're going to burn the house down. And this is what we don't want to realize.
This is a catch-22. It's a catch-22 situation.
Why are you guys making an excuse? This man just come out of prison.
Forget that. Let me ask you a question. What do you think Obasanjo could have done? So answer that question.
Good question. He just come out of prison. He is weak. He is weak.
Forget that one. What do you think he should have done or could have done?
Stop interrupting me now. Let me answer. I heard your question very well.
Yeah, go to it. Yeah, go to it. Oh, go on.
The same way Buhari gets National Assembly for in pocket, so that's exactly what Obasanjo did. Remember, he changed up to like 3 Senate presidents. Why? Because he was scheming, putting all his energy to achieve third time. If that Yoruba man put 20% of that energy to say, we could change this constitution, by this point, maybe we don't achieve them.
Ovia, let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you. Hold on, I will interrupt you.
It's impossible.
I will interrupt you. One man.
Hold on, Nodi. How would they have done that?
I will interrupt you.
Listen, I am not saying what I'm saying. Nobody say make it do one. He would have started that energy. We want to get third time. When they make excuse for him, that energy when they lobby.
Forget the third time. It was
that
powerless.
energy when they lobby international community to sit back Bakassi away. He would have put that small energy.
Forget Bakassi. Yeah, always
that energy when they bring to us. You are making an excuse for this.
Let Nodi. You have to let somebody interrupt you. Let Nodi interrupt you. Yeah, go on.
Let me say.
Yeah, go on.
Guys, hear me? Because I think it's breaking here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Carry on.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Do you know, Ovie, do you know that when Obasanjo was there, he was not really in control? Do you know? Do you know? Listen. I know you can. Do you know that Atiku was more powerful than him?
Buhari in control.
Hold on now. Make I talk now. Hold on.
Answer
do you know Atiku was more powerful?
President should be.
Just hold on. Make I make my point. Just allow me to make my point. Atiku was very, very powerful. That a third time bid rather. Even second time, when he was going to go for a second time. Because I think they said the agreement was that he was going to go for one term. But he had to beg Atiku to allow him to go for second term. Just to tell you how powerful Atiku was.
Yeah.
So that kind of a person who came from a position of
beg for constitutional change? Why you no beg?
Why you know what?
Excuse for Mr. President. He's the president most powerful man.
Listen. I understand what you're saying, that we should not pamper these leaders from our side, from the south. They carry the bulk of this movement. But I'm saying that they were operating at a position of whereby they don't even have much control. All they can do is whatever, just to pander to whoever is there. I mean, any of those rep, just to get their way in some things. So I get you, Ovie. We need to hold them to account. Bola Tinubu, the rest of them, is a fae from from Southeast, any of them. We need to hold them to account. But the thing is this, you need to also realize where the problem comes from. Until we face that problem itself, where that problem comes, which is that thing that gives more power to the northern part, there is no way that country can go forward. Exactly. And that would be the only thing. The only solution would be let everybody just go their separate ways.
Okay. So just give me the space to say one thing. Just really to address, because if you disagree. But you see, the power base in Nigeria is in the north. For whatever reason, and a lot of it is based on the history of military administrations that we have had. That is the truth. The structures that we have in Nigeria today is essentially the structures that Babangida put in place. From 12 states to, or was it 16 states to 36 states, the Federal Capital Territory, he built it and moved the country there. And all of the vestiges of administration, he vested it with these people. So this is what we're saying. So for that to change, you have to go now, unless, of course, there's a military intrusion. For anything to change within the Nigerian space, you have to go via the houses, the House of Reps and the House of and the Senate. And the weight of both houses is to the north. If you are wanting to change the constitution in any way that disadvantages them, they will not allow it. So what Obasanjo could have done, I don't know, because he cannot by fiat create a new constitution. And if he's wanting to change the constitution to take power away from the north, they will resist it, and they have the numbers in the Senate. So what could they have done? I don't get it. Maybe
If
I'm
I
missing
am there, I
something.
will also allow anything. You are the president. Why? My question is that what is a Buhari now? Who is he catering to? You are the president. Stop making excuses. What I'm saying, what I'm holding Obasanjo to is that he has not even made any move to say, this constitution no good though. He didn't say anything throughout 8 years.
No.
That's why we are here today. If he has started something, this guy is a man that makes a move against the constitution to be third-term president. That is not in the constitution, but he makes a move.
I think Ove, to be
He
honest,
there, Bakassi way. He makes a move. Three presidents were changed under his watch. You say you know the control. I don't understand why are you guys making excuses for him?
Obasanjo wanted to come out.
Make a move. Then if you fail, we not say you try. He didn't even try.
Yeah, we know.
And you expect Buhari to understand.
Okay, let's hear from.
I'm not going back if I'm in that position. Yeah, human beings, for God's sake.
Let's hear from engineer and then hold on. Let's hear from engineer, and then I want to hear from Ayo with regards to what Buhari said today, and I don't think he has commented on the sit at home thing as well. So let's hear from your engineer, and then we hear from Ayo.
Back to what I'm saying here regarding over your comment. To be honest, Obasanjo, we know he was there and he didn't do by the time he realized the time has gone. So regardless, he tried to push for third tenure. Unfortunately, he couldn't penetrate Nigerians. So it's so sad that he left. And when you come to think about the politics, let's be honest to ourselves. As long as IBB is still alive, Abdul Salam is still alive, who else again? All the top military guys, they're still alive. Forget about it. That's the truth.
Even Obasanjo himself too.
Obasanjo, Abdul Salami, Babangida, and Buhari. That is Nigeria.
As long as those people are alive, just forget about it.
All of them, they are all involved.
They will still fit someone to put it. That's it.
They are all
even though today,
from the states.
Remember, Southerners, they are not hungry.
Hold on, Ovie.
That's just the truth. But as long as these people they're still alive, just forget about it. They know what to do.
But is Buhari not the last stand of all of them now? Because Babangida cannot come back because I just think he is in a wheelchair now.
So
Buhari is the last one now.
The way they are going is not the last.
Ovie, let me. I might have to mute you. Buhari is the last of that set, as far as I can see, of that generation of leaders, because Babangida is the only one left and is in a wheelchair. So there's no chance of a Babangida presidency. So hopefully by 2023, we'll see the back of these people, engineer.
Yeah, they're not coming in, but they own the country, they own the state, they own Nigeria. Yes. They know what to do.
Yeah,
they know what to do. That's the truth. They know what to do. They have everything in their hand. They have the power. You understand? They're into military, they rule. They're out military, they're still controlling it. So regardless of anything they do, trust me, that's why we have to be very, very careful who we're going to put forward. That's the truth.
I saw some news today, engineer, that really makes the points that you just made. Babangida's son, he was driving from Minna to Abuja with his thing, and then they had a big accident. They ran into a trailer that was some tomato trailer. About 5 people died, and all of those people were soldiers. So Babangida's son, he has an entourage of Nigerian soldiers that provide him with security. So then you think, of course, he's a private citizen. He comes from wealth. So he could have made his own private arrangement, but like you said, they control the military and they control everything. So Babangida long gone, but not forgotten.
Exactly.
Ayo, what are you making of the statement that was made? You've heard what Buhari had to say today, that he will speak to them in the language that they understand. He will go in harder and he will teach them a lesson of their lives. So he's speaking to that space. I am speculating that was created by Kanu on Monday. So what do you think this means, to the point that Twitter had to delete the Nigerian president's tweet? So all of that in the mix. Ayo.
It's completely disturbing in that we seem to be focusing a lot of our energy on things that don't matter. So Obasanjo was a traitor and a coward, and he was a waste of time. And I think everyone knows that. He was still probably the best we had given the circumstances back then. but he's by no means a great leader. So I think we just need to close the chapter on Obasanjo. We have real problems ahead of us, and we really should focus and spend our energy trying to solve those problems instead of worrying about Obasanjo and what he did. Now, yes, you're absolutely right. I have been so upset since, and I was wondering why no one is really upset or passionate about what Buhari is saying.
No, I was expecting people to be outraged and worried and alarmed, but they are not.
I am so outraged because this is the guy who is supposed to be shy, right? He never wants to make a comment about anything. It doesn't matter what happens. You can kidnap 200 kids. You can kill 50 people in the village. You can behead people. You can kidnap or make an attempt on a sitting governor's life. He says nothing. He says nothing, and then all of a sudden, he sees that Nnamdi Kanu has real power, and maybe he's a little bit worried about Igboho as well. And then all of a sudden he's like,
that thing that happened, that thing that happened on Monday, it sent a shockwave. Because they did not anticipate it. They thought maybe a few rascally diehard IPOP people will sit at home and be singing "Holy, Holy," but the entirety of the Southeast, they just went on lockdown.
Right, and that's what I said a couple of days ago. I said, people just don't want to realize the amount of fear this guy has struck into the establishment. And he, like I said, that's probably been his best move to show how powerful he is. But what's really upsetting me, what's really, really getting on my last nerve is that this stupid bastard of a president, pardon my expression.
That's not your language, are you?
No, I know. I'm just so upset about it. Yeah. You have herdsmen, bandits, Boko Haram killing people. He's not threatening them. He's not talking about he's going to face them with a language they understand. No, with that he's sort of like entertaining thoughts of rehabilitating them back into society.
It told us that they are naughty boys and we should learn to live with them.
Exactly.
This is what they said.
You have Gumi, his minister of banditry and terrorism, going around and negotiating ransom for terrorists. This is, as to say that isn't outraging enough. He's now sort of like making threats against people who actually have a legitimate claim to what they're doing. And this is what we need to focus our energy on. Instead of worrying about Obasanjo, look at what he did to Fela. If anyone is thinking Obasanjo was a decent human being, look at what he did to Fela.
I think
no one is giving anything he's done any credit. He's never been a champion of the Yoruba people or people in the South. All his power has been. His allegiance has been to the North since the Biafran War, and that's why Musa Yar'Adua was his pali or whatever.
The Yorubas hate him. The Yorubas hate him.
For Ayo.
Exactly. Go ahead, Ovi.
Hold on, before you ask that.
If you are this alarmed, if you are this hungry, right?
Yes.
What are the state actors from your end? What is their reaction? Are they that hungry like you are or not? Because they are at this point, they are more important.
When you say state actors, what do you mean? As in the governors or
elite from the area where Buhari is threatening now.
Listen, the southern elites they're toothless bulldogs. They have no power. The power in the south is with the people. And we keep on talking about the elites like they have some power. You think Tinubu can?
Who are you angry at?
This is what we have been trying to explain to you.
Who am I angry at? I'm not angry at
who you the best for now? Who you the best for?
I'm angry at people who have real power. The southern elites don't. They don't. So let's take this for instance. Let's see this.
Now then they speak for us now. They are
they're speaking for themselves. Please, they're not speaking for us.
But why are you sending them there? Because you see one sending them there again.
No, we're not. Nobody's sending them there. Let Tinubu walk around. Let him walk around Lagos now without his entourage and see what will happen to him now. If you think he's representative of the people,
you see the problem. You know the problem, but you are not facing it. We go to send these people there.
No, let Tinubu get into a war with Gani Adams, who has real power and real military might behind him.
Why?
By the people.
Why? Why?
You know, listen,
They
the
don't get
Southerners,
problem.
the
What they are
Southern,
thinking is different from what we are thinking. That's what I'm
yeah.
saying. You not believe in our leaders, our own southern leaders, but you will see send them back there again, and they complain. You will keep they complain
Listen,
again.
Nobody is really
I
sending them
know,
anywhere, you know.
Obia,
They
I
just,
know
you
where
already know how the system works.
exactly. We're caught in
So
this
why
loop.
are we? That's what I'm saying. We are wasting our energy then talking about the northern leaders. Why? Because
Why
we
do
not going
people
to
are
do
wasting our
anything to
energy
them.
still talking about holding these people to account when they have nothing to do? They don't even have any power.
Who are we holding account? That's what I'm saying. We are holding the wrong people to account.
Ovie,
You're still getting
I'm
it
not
wrong,
sure how
You're
you
still
get
getting it
it.
wrong.
We
I'm
are
not
not
sure.
holding the right people account. Hold your
Hold
best,
on,
hold your best within your house accountable first. Charity begins at home, as they say. Hold your people accountable first.
Yeah.
Hold on, Ovie. Let's hear from engineer, and then I want to take your sampling of what happened on Monday. But let's hear from engineer first.
Yeah, I have a question. Please, I'm just asking a simple question. We elect people and they promise a lot of things. I'm just asking a direct question to everyone. When will Nigeria have electricity?
Exactly.
When the world comes to an end, is the question.
I can answer that question.
He puts 6 billion
Let me
there.
answer that question.
Muku Aso he gets 6 billion there. Oh, yeah, make una answer for Yoruba.
No. That's it. See, this is a constructive
I
question.
I don't like the cynicism, you know. That's a real question, you know. That's a real question.
That's a real answer. That's a real answer. Obasanjo put out 6 billion for electricity.
Forget about it. Be like say you get something with this Obasanjo.
Okay, let's forget it. Now someone go forget Buhari.
You know what the problem?
You need to stop. You know why?
You know what the problem is? Okay,
now people are accountable and they full are accountable.
See, this is the problem because we're so cynical.
Okay,
and
sorry, I want to hear from you, Ayo.
I'm not being cynical. I'm for real. I'm serious.
Okay, let me say how.
Let me actually shuffle Ovie because it's too disruptive.
How we can solve
bring you back. Yeah, carry on, Ayo.
Do you know why we can't? Do you know why we don't have electricity? And as long as that constitution remains, we will never, because power generation is on the exclusive list. That is why. Yes. That is why. Tell you, if states had control over power generation, are you telling me some states won't have 24-hour power by now? Lagos probably would. I'm sure Rivers would. Criticize
Tinubu all you like, but he already had a road plan, a roadmap for nuclear energy for Lagos State as far back as he was governor. You know.
Right. Yeah, it's on the exclusive,
like you say, it's on the exclusive list.
Right, so we can't touch it. So if you want power generation, take it off the exclusive list, give it to the states or the regions, and you'll see how fast a lot of these states will develop. You'll see how fast it will be mind-blowing how fast they will develop.
The only thing that should be on the federal list should be things like defense, football, etc., and diplomacy and international affairs. Exactly. Resources should not be on the exclusive list. Energy generation should not be on the exclusive list.
Exactly.
What should be the federal government's business is defense, you know, international relations and things like that. Things that we need a united.
How can electricity generation be? Huh? They don't want to give this up. The northerners, the northern elites, they don't want to give it up because.
That's the thing.
So that's the problem. So I mean, it's part of the problem. I would say that's the whole problem. You see, it still boils down to these northern people.
We don't have electricity. Imagine in 2021.
What I mean, northern people, I'm talking about the middle belt. Now, let me say something.
And by the way, we are not asking anybody to go and invent electricity. It was invented 150 or so years ago. Just go and pay the money to get the experts to come and install it. We have countless of billions. Just pay the money and have them install electricity. It's not magic. It's not rocket science. They did it in Dubai now. Just pay them the money and let them install electricity.
I think on that one, Obasanjo is holding it. I think Obasanjo is among the people holding electricity.
Well, Obasanjo has been out of office since 2007.
No, because he is the person. I heard that he is in charge of what is it? Of that big generator, or whatever they call it.
Was it not Yar'Adua that sold all those discos?
so long as he's the one importing it, if electricity comes steady, he will lose out in his business, isn't it?
No, it's Atiku that imports generator. But let me, because I wanted Ayo's opinion on this. So let me, Ayo, that thing that happened on Monday. Now I was saying that no longer can we point and laugh at Nnamdi Kanu as just some random Igbo guy from Umar here. So he came by Umar here, because of course the real strength of it. I was saying to the platform just before in the build-up of it that 40% adherence will be a success, but he nearly got 100%. So now the power and influence of that guy now, it can no longer be disputed.
Exactly. He's pretty much silenced his critics. Sure, maybe some of his methods are out of desperation and maybe not the best.
Oh, I think I've asked you already. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like I said in the past, this was a master stroke. This was a pretty good chess move. He's showing his power without destroying anything, without threatening anything. This is just 100% people power. If he comes up with more ideas like this, and this is why what's his name, Buhari is shitting in his pants and making all sorts of empty threat like anyone cares. I mean, at this point, he's threatened so many times. He's threatened so many different things so many times. He's completely lost any credibility. No one is scared of him anymore. No one.
The Kanu's next big move will be the defining factor in the Nigerian space. So what he does, because he has established his power now, so how he uses that power, what next big move he makes will be then what defines then what is going to evolve out of where we are.
Yeah, exactly. I think right now it's pretty obvious that he's powerful. I think he's going to start using more conventional means to wage his war. To help his people self-determine. I think he's probably going to pull back on a lot of the violent rhetoric, because he knows he has power. He's not trying to prove to anyone he does. And everyone who has been doubting him before.
You know what he's going to do next? I think the Anambra election is coming up, and it's going to tell them that nobody must vote in that election.
Exactly.
So now when we see that nobody votes in that Anambra election, then we start to permutate for 2023, because then we can say sit at home in the eastern quarters for 2023. And then if you say you elected the president and they did not vote, then they will tell you that they did not vote for anybody and they do not recognize your president.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't see how things are going to keep on chugging along till 23. I mean, I would love for there to be a resolution, and I think most reasonable people would probably be okay with a major constitutional rehaul, not a constitutional amendment, a complete constitutional rewrite where the regions have their power, they have control over their resources, electric generation, power generation, their roads, their airports, their seaports, and pay a little bit into the center. I think most people would be fine. Even people such as myself, who I would love, it's a dream, if Ududua became a reality. But if some constitution came out tomorrow that made sense, and especially with how rational people are in the South, I think problems will go away. The only problem is that is never going to happen, because that means the North and the Fulanis would have to give up their power, and they would.
This is the thing. And more importantly, they have to give up some of that oil blocks.
They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. So, and this is why we just need to face the reality. Look the gun down the barrel and know that, man. We can posture and hope all we want. Those guys are not going to change constitutions meaningfully or significantly to the point where all these problems are going to go away. They're not, because that would be a huge blow to them. And they don't care about modern amenities. They don't care about their kids going to school. They're just in it for power.
In fact, Ayo, I would suggest that it serves their purposes that Nigeria is the way it is. Exactly. If we had electricity, if they had education in the North and everybody was enlightened, then of course the questions that should be asked will be asked, and the influence that they have will simply will very quickly disappear. Because of course it is poverty and ignorance that is the weapon that they're using to hold that space down. But then if we remove ignorance and poverty, then of course that is the end, because these are not essentially, you know, high functioning people, but of course they use the tried and trusted, you know, just Meidumbu. Evolution, you wanted to speak to the Anambra election space, and then we'll start to seek to round off fairly shortly. So Evolution, you said you wanted to say something about Anambra election. Okay, all right. We don't have Evolution, so let me shuffle Evolution to bring Temple in, because Temple is a new voice that I don't think we have heard before. So let's shuffle Evolution and bring Temple in. So Temple, good to see you. What says you?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Hi, how are you? Yes, we can.
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Yes. I honestly, I must encourage. What Ovio is saying. Ovio has a point. But although many a times he misunderstood what he's saying. Now, for example, he said that Ovio is saying that we should hold our elite responsible. Now, the only one man that tried to change the situation of Nigeria was Ojukwu. When you read your history, Ojukwu saw what these Fulani Hausas are trying to do. During 1967, when Gowon started create, Ojukwu noticed that if Gowon create this state, it will give the Fulani Hausa more in Nigerian politics than the eastern region and the western region. He fought for it. He said no. He kicked against only one man that stood for that. So what happened? It ended up becoming a civil war. Now you could imagine now if someone like Nnamdi Kanu is a governor, Sunday Igboho is a governor, what will happen? It will result to another civil war too. The governors are scared. Our elite are scared of what are going to challenge the Fulani herdsmen. The weak point of a Fulani man is divide Nigeria. When he say let's divide Nigeria, they are scared. The governor are scared of war. Of you yourself, you are scared of war. You expect your elite to speak up. It will be war. You could imagine Governor Otto.
You know me now. You know me. I was out there. You know me.
You could imagine Governor Otto, the Benue State. Let's assume, do you know that if that man should be contesting 2023, they will never allow him to win because he's a threat. Let's assume he's the president, or let's assume we have Governor Otto in Anambra State or Imo State. You will see that the Fulani Hausa will be so scared because they know that it takes only the southeast.
But Autumn can never be president. So what are you talking about?
No. I'm not telling you views why he said that the elite are not speaking up. He said the elite, the governors are not speaking up because they are scared of civil war too. No, sorry. It only okay.
Can I ask you a point? It's just a simple question.
Okay,
yeah, go on.
Yeah, you said the governors are scared. Who voted them in?
It doesn't matter who. Okay, now the mandate of the people
doesn't really matter. Sorry, my dear. It doesn't really matter.
No.
I'm not sure. Hold on, Samson. Hold on. The mandate of Samson. Hold on. I'm not sure where you're going. Hold on. Can you hold on? I'm not sure where you're going. Yeah. So just start all over again and just address it to the point. So put it to us directly. Yeah, and then so we understand. So put it to us what you're saying.
Now, what I'm trying to say in essence is that Ovio is trying to say that we should hold our elite responsible. I agreed. Yes. Now, second point is that the governors are scared of another advocate. That's why they're all mute and silent. They don't want us to experience another war. I gave you an example. The only one man in Nigeria that stood was Ojukwu. I also give you an example that if Nnamdi Kanu should be the governor, which they will never agree Nnamdi Kanu to be a governor, another civil war will break. Another civil war will come. If Sunday Igboho should be the governor or a senior president, another war will come. So they would never in their life that kind of mistake anymore again. That's why whenever the people made their choice, see, the Fulani are very intelligent. Why are they so intelligent? British helped them so. British.
Okay, no, let's not. No, we've done that. British.
Yes, one man. See, do you know that Buhari knew that if he allowed an Igbo man to be in the military now, there might be a coup to come in and you.
Yes, he knows that. That's why he was not up.
Yeah. That's why you remove all time from the military.
Do you know the other reason? Do you know hold on, Samson. Do you know the other reason why he has his people? The other reason why he has his people is that he can tell them to go and savage the southeast, and they will go and savage the southeast. But if he has a Yoruba army chief, hold on. If he has a Yoruba army chief or an Igbo army chief, he cannot easily tell them to go and savage the southeast, and they will go and do it. So that is really why his people will chime to his narrative, because they speak in the same, they're coming from the same mindset. That is essentially what it is. And of course, he doesn't want them plotting a coup against him. So, yeah.
Honestly speaking, up till now, no coup in Nigeria now. Will not tolerate that nonsense. What happened in 1966?
What do you know about 1966? You look far too young to me to be talking about 1966. What do you know about 1966?
Yes. I wasn't there, but I read so many books about them.
Okay.
1966 is about Igbo coup. Some say it's not an Igbo coup. It is totally Igbo coup. So nobody should say it's Igbo or not. These are Igbo men that planned this disease. And this also resulted to the civil war. And the counter coup. There was also a counter coup, but to retaliate what happened. So that's why through the counter why they key accuracy in that counter coup, and I could find out that if this will continue, no, that will blame. They now went to Abu.
No, where are you taking us to? Because we all know the history. So where are you taking us to with all this? Yeah. Just really to hurry things along.
What I'm taking you to unite the issue of holding our elite responsible. I agree with you. We are all scared of that civil war. No man want to speak. The only one man I wish that you would have spoken up was Wike, but at the point Wike was being bribed. Wike at the earlier stage, Wike was one man that was bold. That was bold, that can talk. But at the end of the day, they bribe Wike after the win. So there is no man.
Now Wike wants to be vice president, so he can't talk.
That's the point. There is nobody in the Southeast.
Wike, Mrs. Tambuwal, if it is Kanu.
All right.
Your problem at that point.
That is why Nnamdi Kanu is gaining more ground all over South.
All right, Sam, Temple, I think we get the drift. Essentially, you are telling us that the Nnamdi Kanu narrative is the only one that is really the one that is, the most potent. Is that right? Nnamdi Kanu is right. Is right.
So, no. See, not that it's right or wrong. Nnamdi Kanu, these are them that have what it takes to counter this Fulani, Hausa Fulani, this conviction. So these are the men that the Satans have.
All right. Thank you, Temple. Let me shuffle you just so I can bring in a new voice as well. Thank you, Temple. So I'll bring Sam in. So Sam, just land the points so that we can start to round off. So Sam tries to come in, but his system always. We had him yesterday as well, and he couldn't quite. Are you there, Sam? Okay. Okay. So sorry about that, Sam, but I don't think your system is quite penetrating the.
It's not the system; it's the internet in Nigeria. That's what part of the problem.
Yeah, that's the thing. In Nigeria, we hailed it. You're talking about electricity. You're talking about internet. You're talking about everything. Evolution. Are you there? You were looking to speak to that Anambra space earlier on. What's happening with everybody today? All right. Okay. Okay. We will. Okay. If you have gone to bed, then that is a signal that it's time to round off. So we start sweeping up the comments, and we start with you, Freddie. Just give us your takeaway points from this narrative. I was expecting it to be a lot more robust, but it looks as though people are just inured to the. But Freddie, yeah.
Yeah, I think why people are not reacting the way we expect is people are beginning not to take his words serious. If I'm right or something, I think that is why. No, as in it's not really
100% right.
Making there's no much thoughts about it. People are not really because Buhari, that's how he talks anyway. So kind of, but in the actual fact, we shouldn't actually take it slightly, take it with a pinch of salt, because for him to make that kind of statement, there must be, something, and then being the person he is as well, there might be a follow-up to it, which I hope it doesn't, but if there's anything, I think they will be equal to to the tag. They will see. I think he will be the one to be. How did he put it again? I can't remember how he said it, but he will be the one that will get the surprise of his life.
Yeah, the shock of their lives. Yes,
the shock of their lives, exactly. So then another thing is that like that Temple was saying about the southern elites not speaking up because they are scared or something. Then he tried to say that people like Igboho or Kanu should be the governor that day. I don't really think that those people they don't want to be the governor. If Nandi should come out and contest, he will win hands down anyway. But he wouldn't do that.
Contest for what? Contest for what?
For governor, like that guy was saying.
Oh, yeah, of course.
He will win.
I think Nandi Kanu is above that level now. Is above that level.
What did you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Let's assume he is interested in contesting. He is not, because he does not want anything to do with Nigeria. Number one, he does not want. As soon as he contests, yeah. If he contests for anything in Nigeria, that means he has lost his credibility. They will rubbish his credibility. They will do to him what they are doing to Showore. That is why nobody is taking Showore serious. He contested for president.
You have to understand. Hold on, Freddie.
Nigeria politics. I want a win.
Ovie, hold on. Hold on, Freddie, as well, please.
How he want to win? How?
Anyway,
I think that they will rig the election.
Just round off your point, Freddie. And before you round off your point, I just want to address that thing that there's no parallel really to be drawn between Showore and Nnamdi Kanu, because Nnamdi Kanu has a power base within the Eastern Bloc, and Showore has no power base at all. He tries to speak to the young and trendy, but they are not really listening to his language. So there's really no parallel to be drawn between Nnamdi Kanu and Showore. Nnamdi Kanu is a real potent force. Showore is just a poser. But carry on, Freddie.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, but Kanu did not just turn up, hey, this is me, Kanu, and become that powerful. No, exactly. He started gradually, how Showore started, but what messed Showore up was he dabbled into politics itself to contest.
Yeah, but Nnamdi Kanu is in
politics.
politics too. Is Biafra narrative not a political narrative?
Yeah,
That's
but
politics.
he did not contest in the system that he's fighting.
No, it doesn't matter. No, Showore does not have a base. It does not have a people. Nnamdi Kanu has a people. That's the distinguishing factor.
Yeah, but he was pulling up weight before. No. He has already contested before. He now starts his movement or whatever. That his revolution now. I think that was what discredited him. That was why he didn't actually pull more weight, because they will be like, because you now failed the election and then you now want to fight the system. So that discredited him. Anyway, having said that, I think we are all, Nigeria as it is we are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. Everybody knows that is gonna explode sooner or later unless something is really done. But I'm hearing that they are having some discussion about the constitutional amendment and stuff. I hope it goes well, and then I hope they come out with something tangible to present to the to the Nigerian people that could actually sway or make people have a change of mind. Because at the moment, that is why, because things are not working, that is why people like Kanu and Igboho are getting more grounds, obviously. But if they could come up with something that, okay, fine, we know that we made a mistake, and then this is what is going to happen now. We are going to, okay, let's sit down and have a chat. Let's see how we can move the country forward or something like that. Maybe people might start, listening to them. But at the moment, the insecurity is there. No infrastructures, no the education system is completely dead. No electricity, like we said now in the 21st century, which is actually sometimes I find it difficult to talk about that one. Then no.
All right, Freddie. Thank you. Just for reasons of time. Thank you, Freddie. Engineer, you're up next.
Okay. Well, let me start from the Mr. President, our Mr. President. To be honest, Mr. President said something, and which is quite embarrassing to the world, because as a whole leader, for you to pinpoint your hand now against the people who they put you or they vote for you in, and all the promises, everything is in vain, everything is draining away. It's so sad, and it's disappointing the Nigerian people. And also, if you come to think about it, when you think about the southern leaders, to be honest, when people said they're scared, they're not scared. They're not really scared. I must be honest with you. They are not really scared. It's just what they put their hand into. The shoe they wore now, I think, is just on their neck. There's no way they can turn back, because when they elect them, all the promises, everything.
Who's that? Somebody. Who's that? Yeah. Somebody. Okay, sorry, carry on. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, when they elect them. Can you hear me?
Yeah, somebody is not on mute.
Yeah, somebody is not on mute.
Quinkins, can you mute us? Oh, sorry, let me just do that. Okay, carry on. Yeah.
Yo, so when you think about the southern governors, they're not scared. I must be honest with you, they're not scared. It's what they put their heads into. That's what is killing them slowly. That's why they can't do nothing. It's not as if they don't want to do something, but it's just what they put their head into with the Northerners. That's what is killing them slowly, but nobody can see what is happening behind closed door. That's just the problem of Nigeria.
You know, engineer, with all of this plotting and intrigues, it would be nice if they actually just come together and say, why don't we just build a country? Because everything is there. So rather than all this politicking, religion, tribe, this, that, and the other, Fulani agenda, why don't we just build that country and then build it the best that we can, and then people can point at us and say, look, those are Nigerians, and that is what they did for themselves. Why don't we do that instead of stealing $1 billion here and stealing $10 billion? It's just it's depressing, you know.
Yeah, but this is what is happening. You know, when they are running for the seat, they made so much of promises to people. We will do this, we'll do that, we'll fix this, the road will do everything. Fine, good. But don't make false promise. That's the problem. By the time they get to that seat, I'm telling you, when they get to that seat, they call them in Abuja. That things, I don't know if they took oath for something that that's how, I don't know how they manipulate these people. They give them something, and guess what? When issues start coming back, you see, they keep quiet. They can't come out and talk. 2 minutes, they can say, oh, we're going to fix this, blah, blah, blah. Behind closed door, they will be apologizing in Abuja. It's so sad. It's really sad. That's why we need to be very, very careful who we're going to choose, who is going to lead us, who is going to put us through. And promises of roads.
Do you think we have a choice in the matter on who is going to lead us and who? Do you think the Nigerian population, the Nigerian masses, do you think they have a choice in the decision on who is going to lead the country?
If you give them chance, they will prove it wrong. They will prove everybody right. That's the truth. Once you give them that opportunity, I'm telling you, things will change. Things will change. But it's just we now, we have to work together. We have to be as a teamwork. Keep the religion aside. Keep the tribalism aside. Come on. This is 20th century. We need that country to be good. When you come to sport, Nigeria is good. When you come to everything, if we go to America,
and we're so confident, you know, and we're so confident, and we're so bright, and we're so everything. We have a lot, you know, but that's just that one missing thing of just being able to build a country, which is not beyond our capacity. So why are we failing? So that's the question. You come and answer it again tomorrow or when you have the chance. Thank you, engineer.
No problem. Everyone.
Everybody knows and loves engineer. Ayo, you're up next.
Me unmute myself. No.
Oh, sorry. Do you want me to come back to you, or are you?
No. I'm good. I'm fine. I can. I've been listening, so I'm good. Yeah, I feel like you know, things are beginning to. I don't know if I don't want to say they're beginning to unravel, because they've been unraveling for such a long time. Desperation is definitely settling in, and don't worry, those of you who are still shouting and thinking and hoping and praying and optimistic about one Nigeria will frustrate you out of it like it has everyone else. It's just a matter of time. Everyone will eventually get to the same place because we don't have a choice. Yes, it would be great if all those billions of dollars weren't stolen, and
what are your thoughts on that? Because every day we come here, and today is the only exception that we're not talking about $1.5 billion stolen, $250 million stolen, XYZ million every single day. And if we do the total just for 1 week.
And it almost feels silly, because you have a big mansion and then you go and you drive your Rolls Royce out of your mansion and you're in potholes and there's no light. You have to constantly power your mansion with a generator. It's just the mindset. It's so backward. It makes absolutely no sense.
Why is it? You know, because what I just said is not beyond the reach of anybody, and it's not as though I'm especially clever to say it. Right. Why can't we just use those resources to build a country and say, this is Nigeria and this is what we've created, instead of looting 5 billion and going to Dubai, and then they are saying yes as to you, but then when you go, they say, oh, that's just one of those Africans. They make a mockery of yourself all over the world, thinking you're doing Mr. Big.
The answer to that is very simple. We're too divided. We have very different worldviews, and each ethnicity wants to just dominate and steal as much as they can while they can. before another group comes in and starts stealing. So there's no common interest. What you may consider progress or what you may consider a fantastic country may not be the same thing someone in the North considers a fantastic country. What they may consider a fantastic country is a country where everyone is wearing a hijab, or there is Sharia courts everywhere, and there's no alcohol, there's no nightclubs. So, we just have such different worldviews. It's almost impossible unless we accept and rationally decide that, okay, you guys can progress the way you want and let these people progress the way they want, which is not going to happen just based on history. So, this is a doomsday scenario where it doesn't matter how optimistic you are, it doesn't matter how much money Nigeria can generate, as long as there's groups that are so different in their worldviews, which there are, nothing is going to change. No progress is going to be made in a way that will be meaningful to you or me. That's just the reality. So,
hopefully we are not converged here next week, counting numbers in the Southeast, because that is the dread that I feel. But then, of course, everybody is a bit casual about it. So, yeah.
I don't think the Nigerian military has the power anymore to exert any meaningful attack on anybody. They just don't. The morale is down. Corruption seems to be a priority and has depleted them of all their all the might they may have had has been squandered. So Nigeria is really fragile, and these guys in power, they're posturing, and it's almost like a scenario. You paint this scenario. Maybe you keep some animals in a barn for so long, and for 60 years you've been keeping all these people. Excuse my expression. It's just an analogy. You keep animals in a barn for so long under locked gates, and then you open the gate, but everyone is still standing there because in their mind they're already entrapped and they feel like they can't step out. This is the situation with Nigeria right now. The gate is wide open. The government can't stop anybody from leaving. But everyone still has that mental block that, we're going to wait for 2023, and the election is going to roll by. And it's going
to 2023 is actually only 18 months away because the elections usually hold in February. So TikTok.
No, but let me land this last point. Are you guys not aware that Igboho opened the border 2 days ago?
Yeah, is it Idiroko or something? Yeah,
Idiroko. You opened a border of a country, and nothing has happened. That should tell you everything you need to know. There is no, the gates are open. There is no power anywhere. You can't open a border in a country, and I mean, even if it's just to save face, send some people down there and close it if you can. He can't. The military cannot.
Not because of the personnel, but because of the politics of it. Because of course he has to manage the explosive situations all over the country. Yeah,
it's all intertwined. Whether it's the personnel with the politics, with the anger, with the fact that they absolutely cannot alienate Yorubas to a large degree at this point. They know they can't. So,
But you are right with that analogy that you did, that the gate is open, so walk out. And this is a golden opportunity for the Yorubas under the cover of this Biafra narrative. We can just walk away. We can walk away right now.
Yeah, I'm telling you, no one can stop you. But everyone is it's almost like they say, no one can enslave you like you can enslave yourself. And Nigerians, we have enslaved ourselves. All you have to do, no offense over you, you're my guy and I love you, but he talks like a guy who has such an enslaved mentality. He doesn't ever think anything.
Hold on, I have to bring him in now.
Boy. I love him because when he speaks, that is what comes across. That this guy, he is so steeped in his mental enslavement that he doesn't. It's very obvious.
He just has a different outlook on it. I would say, yeah.
All right. Anyway, that's all I have to add.
Ayo, always a pleasure. Let us see more of you as often as you can spare the time. So that's Ayo. Evolution, you're up next. Evolution. Okay, let's go to Nodi then. Evolution doesn't seem to be ready for us. Nodi. Did I mute? I mute?
Yeah, I'm here.
Who's there? Is that Nodi? Yeah, just your words. Yeah.
Anyway, I think a lot has been said. Nigeria is, I think it's almost at the tip, already on the tip, just to fall over. That's what's remaining right now. And I like how how you use the analogy of animals that are all packed up in one place for so long, and then when you, that's one thing about Nigerians. Nigerians are they are long suffering. They kind of they've been conditioned to suffering or whatever. That even when they see the good opportunity for them to make a change for their lives, they still want to, like, I think maybe what they call Stockholm syndrome. So they love their oppressors. I imagine, despite what transpired during the NSAS, immediately after that they had an election in Lagos State. APC won. One would imagine that no more APC in Lagos by virtue of what happened at the toll gate there at Lekki. But we know how Lagos, how Nigeria election works. I think that is a classic example of the people not being in control of the election. That these people, they rig the election, they rig themselves in. Because what happened in Lagos during that NSAS, it should be a litmus test as to what APC is in Lagos. Funny enough, an APC man won the election. That's why all the noise making and everything. That's to tell you that the masses do not have their election. Their vote does not count in the scheme of things. So I think Nigeria has a long way to go. For me, what I think would be if we cannot get a whole new constitution, and if the breakup would not happen, I would another thing I would suggest is let them bring about a real election in that country, which I doubt if it's ever going to be, because if they bring a new election, where they know what the people are capable of doing, they will vote them out, and they will vote in people that they feel could do the job for them. So they won't allow that. So that's to tell you that Nigeria is a very big mess. So
it's a catch-22 situation. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. We're just damned in our country.
So the only thing I think about is just with this Kanu whole thing that happened just recently, he's been able to flex his muscles just to tell the whole world, tell Nigerians that all the Southeast leaders, and by also extension the president and the Northern hegemony, saying that, look, I have this power over my people. I think that's an example that if they want to walk away right now. In fact, I was reading in one of the online newspaper, they said the CNG concerning something of Northern group. They were advising Buhari to let people of Biafra go, let them do their referendum and let them go. I know these are just
but if you are saying let the people of Biafra go, then that's not to say you carve Biafra out and then you continue with the rest of Nigeria. No,
it's possible.
Because as soon as those Biafrans are walking out of the door, the next person walking out of that door will be the Yorubas, because nobody will be, of course. So as soon as Biafra goes, Nigeria disintegrates.
Yeah,
but thank you, Nodi. On and on we go, and onwards we go. Queen Kings, quick words from you. So Queen Kings, quick words from you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Yeah. Okay. I hope there are no distortions in my voice, like there are no air, whatever. I hope the voice is perfect.
Well, we can hear it. I don't know about perfect. You are not Michael Jackson, so why would you want a perfect voice?
I don't want distortions. So, good day, everyone. I want to first of all address the tweet by the handler of the president. Well, I want to say at this point in time, there's nothing that is surprising to me anymore, because these are things that we should expect from the president, because his body language alone over his time in office has already said it all. Take a look at NSAS, everything that happened in Lekki toll gate, killings in Lekki toll gate. The president didn't say anything. He eventually said nothing. There have been banditry, there have been Boko Haram in the north. He has said nothing. This guy has been quiet. And now this I think this sit at home has kind of like spiraled him into action, and he feels threatened. So because I can remember calling my because my parents they stay in Asaba in Delta State. So when I remember when I called them after the lockdown, and they told me that Asaba was on lockdown, nobody was moving. And I was like, seriously, I was like, yeah, no one is moving. No. So I was like, all these things are going to cause some sort of reaction from the north, and you can see it in the tweets. So I want to, at this point, make it known to everyone that this thing should not come as a surprise to anyone. Buhari is just Buhari. That is just his character. He's always been a naughty boy. That's just him for you. He's always going to say the things. He's always going to say the things he will say because he's Buhari and he can say them.
They call your grandpa
naughty boy. Yeah, he can say what he wants to say because he's Buhari and he has these people backing him up. Like Ovie said, our leaders for this side, the fuck up for South, the fuck up. To be honest, they're not representing us well. They're not representing us well.
No.
Why? Why is it wrong? Because that's the honest truth. If they are representing us, hold on. I'm not going to. I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue in that light because I already know. If you don't agree with me, it's fine. But this is my opinion. I understand. I believe that if every leader from the South or elites from the South, to be honest, if they have always come together in unity, in synergy from the whole South, and they have all been united in one voice, I don't think the North will stand a chance against the South.
I agree.
I don't think they won't stand a chance. So when I say it's the fault of our elites, according to what Ovie said, say why are we not holding them responsible? I think that is also a point there because if they are united in synergy, we'll take out the North. We claim to be more intelligent. We have everything. We go school paths, but yet these people seem to are smartest in politics. They are smartest in politics. That's the honest truth. Because to politics, they beat us like they score 100 over 100, and we are down there getting F9. To be honest, and the way the Nigerian system is structured, it's such in a way that the winner takes all. Winner takes all. If you're the president, you take all. So I think Obasanjo and Goodluck, they have not done us any good. Come on, take a look at Rivers State. Take a look at Warri. Take a look at Saple and Co. and Bayelsa. How many seaports do they have there? Why didn't Goodluck make seaports? Why didn't he make a functioning seaport in the South? What was stopping him from doing that? Why did he do that?
Hold on. Let him have that space so that we can run the. Hold on. When somebody is having their closing monologue, just give them that space.
So I'm saying, there are so many things that Goodluck Jonathan could have done for his people. He didn't do that. So I don't sometimes when I see Buhari doing some things, he's doing all those things because according to what Ovie said, I think.
What did you call him? What did you call him when you started? What did you call Buhari when you started?
He has always been a naughty boy, of course.
What you call Buhari a naughty boy?
He's a naughty boy.
Okay, hold on.
The guy that did that. Yeah, our boy.
That's from
Buhari has been a bad boy. Buhari has been a bad boy.
That's from
Buhari has been a bad boy.
Carry on.
Bad boy.
Yes. Buhari has been a bad boy.
He has been a really bad boy. You know what's about Buhari? He's a staunch, stubborn guy. He doesn't give a damn about anybody. He's very stubborn. Sometimes,
you know, sorry to interrupt you, Quinkins, but you see, if Buhari has capacity and he's the perfect to govern the Nigerian state because he's stubborn, he's single-minded, and he's strong. He has all of these things. It's just that he's the way that he is. But I thank you, Quinkins, just for reasons of time, and then there's an echo on your thing as well. So thank you. Ada, we see you, so that's better already. So, yeah, Ada, we see you.
Hi.
Are you still with us, Ada? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here having a headache. Just,
Oh, yes.
oh,
Pele. Yeah.
okay. So I would like to round off, still going back on the tweet thing or the message. Is that from me?
Yeah, it might well be, but just quick words. Yeah.
I don't think so. Okay, yeah. On that message, that we started with, that came from the president. I'm really worried, about my people in the East, because, like I said earlier, it was good that Twitter took that action, but I think that action only has effect.
You get some of the credit for that, surely. You pushed that from the front.
I did. Well, probably I did. I contributed. I think that's the best word to use. So, but I'm really still worried, because whatever they had already planned to do, they are not going to stop. That action is not going to stop them. They have won in the space, but in the real reality of things, that genocide, oh my God, that genocide that we're all running away from, that we're all scared of, is already going on. And if they had said that they are going to double down, they are actually going to double down. So I'm worried that what's going to happen in the next couple of days from the southeast. But we wait and see, and hope for the best, isn't it?
All right, thank you, Ada. But yes, I share your sense of foreboding, but hopefully we are mistaken, because I don't think everybody else shares it, but I share your sense of foreboding. Ovie, your words.
To answer that, within the next few weeks, either somebody will say some dumb shit again, or something say go happen when we forget this one, talk new things. So as I said, na political season.
Oh, na politics.
But I will add up on a very short note. If the way they go, so if I don't take my advice, I'm seeing El-Rufai as the next president. You guys are making it so easy for that to happen.
I agree.
I'll leave it there.
I agree.
All right. Thank you, V. So do you want to expand on that for V, then evolution with your closing remarks?
Exactly. I completely agree with this thing Ovie just said now. But with his previous remarks, I agree but disagree with him. But let me start from this closing remark now. Ovie said something. If we in the South don't get our acts together, then an El-Rufai would become our president. Hello?
We can hear you. Carry on. We can hear you.
Exactly. So now, why would that happen? It can only happen when the Southwest keeps on laying claims to the presidency when clearly it is not their turn. It is the turn of the Southeast. No matter how we choose to debate and obfuscate the facts, it is the turn of the Southeast to produce the presidency. What the South should be talking about as a collective is presidency must be zoned to the Southeast. If that is not,
but I keep saying that the Southeast is not playing the politics. Are you just saying it should be gifted? Are you asking it to be gifted to them?
Exactly. Remember, one man we have actually had this
debate yesterday or the day before.
I told you, and I will still tell you the same thing.
Turn by turn, Nigeria Limited.
Whether you call, however you decide to call it, be it turn by turn Nigeria Limited, it is the turn of the Southeast. In 1999, it was zoned to the Southwest without even the Southwest having an opinion in who or where it will be zoned to. It was zoned to the Southwest, and the Southwest produced Obasanjo and Olufalaye, Obasanjo became president, and Obasanjo lost in all the states in the Southwest in 1999. Go back to history. Look, I am a student of history and knowledge. I don't actually say things because of feelings. I obviously have feelings.
You missed out a lot. You missed out a lot of things in that narrative that you just painted. The Southwest got the presidency because they had already won it outright from Babangida, but they refused to hand it over. So that was why the Southwest got the presidency.
No, the Southwest got the presidency because the military decided to zone it. The same military, the same.
No, in compensation for the Abiola.
You are very correct. You are very correct.
Yes. So it wasn't that they just they didn't gift it.
No, hold on here. It was not the Yorubas that were in power when it was decided that the Southwest will have the presidency. Let us face facts. It was still the same Northerners that decided, okay, fine, let us zone it to the Southwest. Either way, I don't want to go into long argument. The point now is this: we have a 2023 elections coming up, and I will tell you the only way the South will win it. The only way the South will win it is if
with an Igbo president.
No, if the two major political parties zone it to the South. But now I am telling you how South must win it. If Nigeria recognizes that the Southeast is actually a major part of this entity called Nigeria. But meanwhile, I actually wanted to address something. Even before all this, I want to talk to my Igbo brothers and sisters. We own the largest properties in this entity called Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu calls it a zoo. Nnamdi Kanu says a lot of things about Nigeria, but the reality of the situation is this. You and I live in Nigeria. We own the properties in Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu lives in London. Nnamdi Kanu is controlling wealth that we can only dream of. But beyond all that, can we just focus? Ovie has been saying some things which I agree with. Remember, the first day I came on this platform, I mentioned Tinubu and called him out. Unknown to me, one man, you are actually popular. Do you know that the next day I got memo? Oh, you said ABCD on Emperor Tinubu. I was shocked. They actually do listen to you, which is why I am now trying to be careful with the things I say on this platform. Because really, people that knew me, they could recognize my voice. They called me my name and said, oh, you appeared on ABC program and you appeared as Evolution and you said that the Emperor of the Southwest is ABCD. And I told them, look, do you disagree with me? It is obviously all the things that you're trying to allege that I called him. They laughed. And do you know the only thing that they said to me? Please change it. Don't go there again. Either way, I've been ordered to stop coming to your program, but I'm still here. And
by whom? Who has that audacity to give me their names and I will have strong words with them?
I will give you their names. Their names are not Uchenna. Their names are not Ifeanyi. Their names are not Obinna. Their names sound the same way your own name sound, even though I know you as one man. I actually don't even know your name. But it sounds Yoruba. Above all, this is not even, we all know ourselves.
Let's move on with our
Exactly. The elites are our problem. Emperor Tinubu sits down and draws up a list. And I have been waiting for Yoruba elites. So when you guys sit down here and say, oh, Igbos are not united, Igbos are not this, Igbos can never be united because we are Republican by nature. We interrogate, you cannot sit down and tell me.
No, you have to be in the political space. Look, you have to be in the political space. If you cannot be, if you are not in the political space,
is different from we are in the political space, which is why we all have different opinions. But the Yorubas tend to listen to the emperor of the Southwest.
No, they don't. You know they don't. You know they hate Tinubu in Yoruba land. But
really?
He knows politics.
Are you fucking kidding me? And he's my godfather. You hate him.
Well, I don't know a Yoruba man that is a Tinubu fan.
Look, the emperor of the Southwest controls the entire Southwest. Don't even kid yourself.
Yes, I know that, but the man on the street is not a Tinubu person.
Really?
Yes,
really. When election comes, you would know that that man you are seeing on the streets is controlled by the emperor of the Southwest.
Oh, okay.
We
that.
lack that. No, but sorry, let me make one point. We lack that in the East, and it is now being used against us as if it is something negative. No, it is not something negative. We must have individual opinions, which is why I have issues with Mazenam Kanu and IPOB members. They attack me as if I must fall in line. I cannot fall in line. We are Republican in nature. We have different opinions. So when Nnamdi Kanu is, I must criticize him because I have my own opinion. Whether you agree with him or not is irrelevant. Do you understand?
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Evolution. For reasons of time, we could listen to you forever, but our pressure of time. Hopefully, we hear from you again.
Yes, thank you for your platform, please. Thank you for all my listeners that I invited that did not have the time to log in. Please.
Hopefully, next time we're on every day.
This platform comes on by 10:35 p.m. Nigerian time, not our time over there, but Nigerian time. So please tune in, log in, have your say. Okay.
Thank you, Evolution. God bless. Lord Michael, let's hear from you. Just to the point, because now we're.
Oh my God! Yeah. Wow, what a wait! Hello, everybody.
So sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's fine. Evolution, please try and stay a day without mentioning Nnamdi Kanu, please. Okay,
I leave Evolution alone. We had this conversation yesterday.
No, he should make. He
should let him be now.
No, he should let me be because that is affecting my own psychology. You know, let us face issues and leave people. Yesterday we all agreed that leave the messenger and face the message. Leave that man. Deal with ideas. Like today, I do not like people.
See, I'm going to have to bring him back now if you are talking about him.
That is his problem. But he should learn. He should learn. You know, respect other people's view and other people's opinion. If you have your own point,
but you are not doing that. You are not doing that.
I am. No, I'm just.
You are trying to stifle. You are trying to stifle his opinion. You are trying to stifle him now.
He is causing problems by doing that. And
how is he causing problems? He's saying what he thinks.
Good.
Should he not say what he thinks? Should he not say what he thinks?
Point. No, you can make your point without calling somebody. You know, that's calling somebody looks like antagonizing. Well, I believe he has heard what I said. I will not dwell on that. He's my brother.
Hold on.
So I believe he has said what I've said. So
okay.
No, let me start.
Let him just quick word. Yeah, very quickly though. Yeah, I brought you back just for right to reply. So very quickly, yeah.
Exactly, my brother. Please. Sir? Listen to what I'm saying. They are ndana abalisi banye. And when investment made tomorrow, I cannot even travel. I have a ticket to go back to my place. Can make investment. Manandi security say don't even bother coming. That is not what we want. We
in my friend Jagwagi, I told him continue Wegi as target because I love you.
Okay, so just your right to reply. Sorry, Evolution, I'm going to let you go.
Okay.
So now leave Evolution alone and just address the
Okay, so my own point is, Mr. Buhari, if he wants to be a president, he should be a president. If he wants to be a Fulani champion, he should resign and go and become an emir. That is to be made clear to him. And I quote this from my great uncle, Chief Dele Momodu. You know, things have been going on. A lot of people have been quiet, and people have been saying things and saying things. Everybody has been so quiet. If you go to the mosques in Imo State, you will see the amount of young boys that are already shot dead there. Yet you are coming to threaten us. We are not scared of war. If you are bringing it, bring it. If you want to kill us, kill us.
No, don't beat the drum beat of war.
That is what he's saying. That is what he's saying.
Now. No, don't beat it. We don't want war. We don't.
We cannot continue to be unity beggars forever. We cannot be begging for unity. We've been trying now. Every day we come here, we try to make peace. It looks as if we are begging a set of people, please don't kill us, and yet they keep doing it. It's wrong. Let us call a spade a spade. He's a president, not a youth leader. You see the kind of statement he's making? See,
very irresponsible statement.
Good. No, it's like me. I say I am not calling him out, but I'm calling his statement. This is the same thing I'm saying. Leave the messenger and attack the message. With that, we will gain sanity and we can hear each one of us. You see, everybody say, go to your leaders, go to your leaders. For example, if you go to Sweden, nobody knows who is the governor of Taraba State, or who is the governor of Benue State, or who is the governor of Delta State. Who they know is the president. And we have to call him out. Because according to the constitution, or according to the normal human nature, because I believe Nigeria does not even have a constitution, he is the person everybody looks up to. So he should act like one. I'm not going to be mad with anybody, because sometimes I realize that all these guys you even get mad at, they don't even know you. They don't even know what you're doing. You're only beating yourself for nothing. So we need to start talking to our people. We need to start educating our people. Our people should be careful. They should be ready. Anything can happen. We've seen the people from the north make threats and they come to pass. We've seen them pay money to Gumi, to go to luxury hotels and everything, to meet bandits. Nobody has met them. They kidnap people up to the point. A 4-year-old child. That really broke my heart yesterday. This morning, a 4-year-old child. What are we doing? Yet we want to play politics. Yet we are doing blame game. Why don't we go straight to the issues and deal with those issues? Why don't we go to the people who are really giving us trouble? Instead, when you complain, they say farmer headers classes. What do you mean by farmer headers? How do they clash? Somebody, my own piece of land, farming to feed my family. Maybe I'm not even making money out of it. Somebody will come with AK-47 and kill my mother, rape my sister, butcher my brother.
No, be mindful of the language, because YouTube is actually clamping down on some words as well.
Okay, somebody will come and dismember a member of my family. And somebody will say, no, leave him. He is my brother coming from Mali. Then another person will raise flag. You will say, kill him. In the same country. And you want everybody to keep quiet. No, we don't want war. Man, if you are going to take us. Enough is enough.
Lord Michael, can I ask you a question? Where are you based?
Ahead, sir.
Where are you based? Where are you based?
I'm in Lagos.
Okay. Because I thought you were one of those people abroad that is always asking people to go and fight as they continue to sip champagne in their luxury apartments.
For what? I'm on ground.
All right. Lord Michael, I think we all hear your passion. The one thing that I want to address is you have to let everybody speak as they feel. So, and that includes especially Evolution as well. I know might not.
I told Evolution something. I see his passion. I love him. You know what I'm trying to avoid? I don't want him to put a target on his back because he's trying to say the truth. Finish. Apart from that, I don't have any problem with him. It's out of front, I'm telling him. You understand?
Brilliant. Certainly, we feel your passion. So certainly you care about what you're talking about is the one thing that we're taking from this. And the situation in Nigeria, it fills everybody with passion. Thank you, Lord Michael. I'm sorry you were kept waiting for so long.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
All right. I really appreciate you, but you didn't read my super chat. But it's okay. I've said what I wrote there.
Your super chat is usually aimed at what's
my
his
brother
name?
Ovie.
Oh, was it Ovie this time? I thought you were
Yeah,
trying to.
It was Ovie.
I thought you were trying to flog evolution again.
No.
You have flogged him enough.
I don't take things personal.
So everybody should follow Alexander and Lord Michael's example, and feel free to use the super chats just as often as you like. But more importantly, make sure you are subscribed and press the thing as well. So just a couple more words from you.
Before I go, one last point, please. OVA is double standard. My reason is, some time ago he was supporting Ibori. Ibori is part of those leaders that we are tackling, and today he's telling us to tackle our leaders. When Igbo was attacking Ibori, OVA supported Ibori, and today you are telling us face your leaders. So what does he want us to do?
It's like I always say to Ovie, he always gets it to that 80% point, but then he misses it just for that 20% to give him 100%. That is just my view, but I'm sure he will disagree. Thank you, Lord Michael. So, let's actually, Igor will leave you to the last to round it off, unless you want to go now. Igor, do you want to go now, or do you want me to leave you to the last to round it off for us? Igor, you make that decision for me. Okay, it's not okay. Do you want to go now, or do you want to have your say now, or do you want me to leave you till last to round it off for us?
Let me still be watching.
Okay, brilliant. So, Maurice, to you.
I've been listening quietly all this while, and with keen interest, and I followed most of the things you guys discussed. I partly agree with what Uwe said. I would rather say I'm partly in harmony with what Uwe said. Some of the things he said. Listen, the only way these people succeed is a very simple thing. They wisely put division among the whole South. Like, have you noticed every time it comes to a national issue, what do they usually do? They call themselves the Northerners, right? And when they say the Northerners, they include or they drag the Middle Belters, on whether they like it or not, among the Northerners. Beth, on our own side, they said this is Southwest, this is Southeast, this is South-South. So they put...
I hope you are not trying to land grab again, Maurice.
Listen, if you don't want me to comment, I can just...
carry on, but I know where you're leading to, but carry on. Yeah.
You don't know where I'm leading. You're not God, for Christ's sake.
Okay, carry on. Sorry. Carry on.
So now they managed to put that division among us. And because of that division, that is why we cannot get it together there. Because this one, you see yourself as Yoruba man. I see myself as this one. And that one sees himself. This one says, even people within one region do not even agree. Even in Southeast, we don't agree with each other. So this is the only thing that's giving them an edge. But when it comes to them, they say we Northerners. And to be able to win election in that country, you have to be able to lock down at least 4 regions. You understand? You have to be able to win like North, East, Northwest, Southwest, Southeast. So what did they do? They try to, work together. They always work in harmony with Southwest. So with the vote from Southwest and the vote from North, they win the election. This majority carries the vote. But in this current situation, I do not think that if the election comes, like that's where I do not agree with Ove, except someone who is daft will cast their vote and give it to them. Because if you look at the whole thing, the people that helped them to win the election is not central. That North Central are the people they are killing now, because most North Central are Christians. Taraba, Nasarawa, Benue, Plateau. So I don't see them winning the election. So the only thing I'm suspecting is, I don't care who is the president. All this narrative of this is the time of.
Oh, I was going to ask you that. Setting your Biafran desires aside for a moment, do you subscribe to that notion that it should be the Igbo's turn? Are you an Igbo turner?
Let me tell you something. What about the ones representing us? Apart from Abaribe, have you ever had anyone say anything? What guarantee
this is what I was saying to evolution, that they are not playing.
I don't believe in all this. The president must come from Southeast. I don't care if the president comes from Akwa Ibom or comes from North Central. I don't care. What I care is someone who will deliver, who will be a president of the country, and not a tribal president, not a tribal chief. Do you understand me? So, but in as much as I want the president to come from anywhere, I will never want someone like Tinubu to be president.
Because
it's one of them. This is the same group. I mean, I'm sick of all this. If you look at, it's only in that country you will see somebody who can't even walk a block saying, I'm contesting for presidency. Do you understand me? Someone who is already in a wheelchair, 1 foot in the grave, and saying, I'm contesting for presidency. Do you understand? So I don't know what is. These people are, maybe when it comes to Western education, they are less, but when it comes to human intelligence, they are more. Because look at these people who consider as illiterate, they are still the one controlling, because they manage the same thing. During the slavery, the man with the highest number of slaves, his name is Willie Lynch. And he was so afraid. How did he manage to control so many slaves? Simple system they are using today. He will see a slave, maybe a slave from West Dahomey. He will say, do you know from West Dahomey where you're from? You are superior to these people. He put this division among them. That is the only way. That's why we have divide and conquer.
Divide and conquer. Yeah.
Yes, that is Willie Lynch that introduced that. He taught it to everyone. Even the British learned it from Willie Lynch. That's how he was able to control hundreds of thousands of slaves he had. Because he will make this one. What he does, if you do something wrong, he will not punish you personally. He will ask me to flog you. So when you are hating, you will hate the one flogging you. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the people who are in our zones, the so-called governors, look at, is it not the same governors that invited? Look at, I respect them. All the whole thing Boko Haram did, all the whole thing these people did. What was the name again? Fulani Hessman did. Have you ever had where one of the governors invited the military to come and kill the Fulani Hessman? But it's only in our own zone that the so-called governor who was elected will invite the military to come and kill his own people. And then you're telling me that is the time of Southeast. They're only, when you see them, it's time of Southeast zone, it's like they are just there. You think they're going to deliver the dividends of democracy? No, they're just fighting over who's going to have contract. Look at the so-called Ahaneze. When IPOB was just protesting only with flag, and they send the military to come and shoot them in Onitsha by that hate bridge. The following week, Ohaneze, the same Ohaneze, they went to Abuja. Everybody thought they're going to discuss it. They went to discuss about federal allocation. Can you believe that? So, to me, they are essentially worthless. I don't care where it comes, as long as it's not Tinubu and it's not any Fulani man again. Finish. Because
in fact, we should be hearing a lot. We should be hearing a lot.
Tinubu cannot
hold on. No, forget Tinubu. Nobody wants Tinubu. Forget Tinubu. But we should be hearing a lot from the Ohanese in these next few days to speak to the space, because they, like, they are the equivalent of a Afenifere, I would say, amongst the Igbos, are the establishment conservative voice of that region. So we should be hearing a lot more from them, especially in this climate, and we should have been hearing from them a response to Monday, and we should certainly hear not just some press release, but a more assertive response from them with regards to what Buhari said just now yesterday. So we need to hear more from them.
Did you hear anything? Did you hear anything from even the senators, so-called elected senators and reps from that zone? Did you hear anything from them? Nothing. The only one that says something there is Abaribe. That's the only one.
And not just some press release, just release some press statement.
Press release. They had some press. They released some press. You know why? That is just press released based on the out of the fear, something obtained by the barrel of a gun. Because right now, I heard that's something I heard that's going on now. The UGM, that the unknown gunmen, they are not now just going after police, federal institutions and establishments, and going after policemen. They are going after all the traitors within. They are gunning a lot of them down. Like for the last 3 days, I heard that one was gone down.
So I mean, I'm not encouraging that sort of thing.
I'm telling you what I heard. I told you what I'm seeing on YouTube and what I'm seeing on the news going around. Now, what I heard now, they're going after all those because they found out that the Fulanese can never do anything there except all with the traitors within. So now they are eliminating the traitors. So that's the only fear.
All right. Thank you, Maurice. So let's hear from Sparks, and just really to moderate language, because we're not promoting anything that is violent or unseemly or anything. We're just speaking to a narrative that looks to improve both our situation and the situation of the everyday man in Nigeria. So that's not to say that Maurice spoke out of turn. He did not, but I'm just putting that out there. So Spark, let's hear from you. Then Igor can round us off.
Yes, I've listened to all the deliberations today, and we're all saying the same thing, that we unfortunately, Nigeria is afflicted with a leadership that is not responsive, that is myopic, and is pandering to one agenda, which is very, very clear. And of course, you've also said it, the tweet or the statement he made that was tweeted about the civil war, that has really sent alarm bells, especially across the South. And, you know, it's obvious that for the first time, the willingness of the Southwest and the Southeast to work together is giving the hegemons sleepless nights, because, you know, when Nigeria was designed, the British did everything to keep this. It was a British policy to keep the South divided. They never wanted, they loved the fact that Azikiwe and Awu were enemies, and it has simmered down, years down, and all these years. But now, because of the policy thrust of the present government, now the South has come together, and they are trying to use two things. They've tried to play on the usual suspicion among the Yorubas and the Igbos and the fears of the minorities in the South. It hasn't worked, because we are saying the same thing. We also want a restructured, just Nigeria. And if that is not possible, then we should actually review the basis of our unity. And of course, the sit at home by IPOB really rattled, because without much ado, virtually everybody in the Southeast complied. Then, of course, across the South, for the first time, the Biafran thing was being discussed even on public media spaces, as in it was not a hush-hush thing. So they are trying to quickly change back the narrative by force, deploying through...
But do you think that narrative will change if they go in heavy-handed and people are hearing casualty numbers, and then, of course, that heightens... That's almost like a recruitment. If they mismanage that their activities in that space, then the Kanu does not even need to go on Radio Biafra anymore. He can just let them do the recruiting for him with their activities.
You see that is the problem, and that's why a lot of people have now finally even.
You wonder if there's a brain functioning anywhere in that Aso Rock space.
Precisely, but
it's just gone everything. The answer to every situation is gun it down, gun it down, yes. Gun it down.
Look, let me tell you something. I have studied the Nigerian state behavior. This is something that was inherited from the colonial masters, that the security apparatus is not really there to protect the ordinary citizen. It's there to enforce the will of the authorities, right from the time of Lord Lugard. And unfortunately, our leaders continued with that streak. I warned last year, especially when some members of were killed in Enugu. I made it clear. I said, look, you may not like Kanu for what he says, I know sometimes, but he has said some truths. And when you use force for this kind of idea, you would radicalize the youth in the East. The elders in the East have been holding them down all this time to calm down because of many of the elders participated in the civil war and they did not want it. But now they are all pushed to the wall, and everybody's now. I won't be surprised if truly, if like has been said, there are already ongoing operations. There will be a pushback. The same thing will happen in the Southwest because Sunday Igboho is not going to back down. The man is really angry, and many Yorubas on the street are very bitter.
Even do you think he can be bought, Sunday Igboho?
At this rate, I don't think so. See, for me, I have watched him very carefully for the past 2 years. Actually, he has been on this silent campaign since 2019, but many people didn't notice. He has been talking. But you know, I think some people say, oh, he's a PDP thing, but no. He feels insulted that my own homeland, people are now being turned to slaves. People have to pay to go to farms. People are being raped. People come from abroad to come and invest. They are being taken out. And these are the things that has, especially the killing of that gentleman from Germany that came back to Ibaraka. That thing really...
Yeah, Dr. Aborode or Aborid, yes, Dr. Aborode or something like that.
What unity are we really talking about? Unity that what? Unity that was. So at the end of the day, all these things now make it clear that nothing is working. In the Niger Delta, there were 19 demands made of this government. None of them have been implemented. So then the Middle Belt, a lot of people have lost their lives. Many farmers who borrowed money from the banks to set up farms, their farmlands have been destroyed. They have become internally displaced persons. Nobody is talking about that. Nobody. Instead, we're being told. Oh,
you see, what you just said now is the real thing for when because there was one story that I was reading, some person that was a farmer. He said he had borrowed 10 million naira from the banks to plant maybe cassava, whatever, in his Ondo farm, whatever. So these people have gone there to savage that whole, and they destroyed the entirety because they took the cattle in their hundreds into this guy's farm, and they just, savaged the whole thing. So of course the bank is not interested in your plight in the hand of the Fulani headsmen. They know that they want their money back. And of course, maybe you used your house, maybe even your ancestral home as a surety for that loan. And then suddenly now that man, is destroyed effectively is the thing,
And such people are not brought to book. Instead, there's the audacity demanding or almost threatening.
Yes, Buhari will tell you must learn to get along with your neighbors. It's unbelievable.
I heard that. Then, of course, they get all these international experts. I'm sorry to say, and this one is very painful to me personally. Last year, I spoke with some international experts who are into agriculture. And with all due respect, it seems like the header lobby has bought most of these people because the narrative they kept telling me, even up to early this year, is that you cannot blame them. This is their way of life. And I asked one of them, I said, excuse me, but someone whose way of life is also agriculture, normal agriculture, crop agriculture, he loses his house, he loses his family, he loses investment, he even has a loan debt on his head. What do you do? And they could not give me an answer. So look at is this a wider international conspiracy to basically alter the Nigerian socio-cultural space once and for all for whatever reason, But I'm happy that Twitter took action after many Nigerians reported that tweet because it was very offensive. I mean, you don't talk like that. There's no For me, I would have, okay, like the way the president went about to make June 12 Democracy Day to get Yorubas to vote for him second term. I would have expected him, for instance, on the day of the remembrance of Biafra.
Do you think that day should be a national day?
I think we should. Look, there is no harm. If America can agree for Martin Luther King Day and it's respected, why can't we give it another name like Reconciliation Day? A day where we talk about, okay, this is...
Yes, exactly. Maybe not even call it Biafra Day. Maybe call it Reconciliation Day or Nigeria Day. We're talking about 2 million people that by estimation that went with that, you know.
Yes, I mean...
So if we can have June 12th, then which is just a political thing, we're talking about 2 million people. So why don't we have that as a commemorative day to acknowledge actually what happened then?
Or even if we don't want to do it because some people will say, you're going
to... No, then we will speak the language of never again. On that day, everybody will come and say never again and never again. So that should be a never again.
You know, at his age, I would expect the president to be like, look, Nigerian, I was a participant in that war. Please, whatever our grievances, let us come to, you know, that would calm things down. But instead, you now say, oh, you were not born on that day, we teach you the language. What is that? Where is that done?
Who talks like that?
It's almost like the way Donald Trump was celebrating when the Capitol Hill was stormed and he was charging it up. That is exactly what has happened now. Whether you like it or not, people are not happy. How can someone just sit in his house, you watch your family destroyed? For what? For what reason?
Imagine the president of a country telling a section of the population that is going to teach them a lesson of their life. Imagine that.
So, look, ASN, what was it about? It's a response to the government's inability or refusal to rein in the headers. That is the truth. Before now, were they carrying arms? The answer is no. They were just engaged in marches and telling their stories of marginalization and demanding for referendum. But when people are now being killed in their homes, their lands are being taken, they don't have to take laws into their hands to protect themselves. It is under universal rights to protect yourself. You have, in fact, the first law of government is to protect the lives and properties of its citizens. If it cannot, then it has failed, which is why even the U.S. Council of Foreign Relations has said for the first time, Nigeria is now in its last throes of a failed state.
No, I think that Ambassador Campbell, he actually said categorically that Nigeria is a failed state. Yes. And he went on to chart the details, the stages, how that assessment was made and how that conclusion was reached. I might well do it as a session one of these days, but thank you, Sparks, for reasons of time. Always good to hear from you. So, Ego, round it all up for us. Ego.
Yes, I'm here. How do you do, my brother?
I'm well. You know, it's just the never-ending saga that is Nigeria. You keep telling us that we have to talk about solutions, but then when the president says he's going to teach people a lesson of their lives, then we have to address that.
They keep threatening us. Since he has gone to the stage where our own president is not threatening us, according to Pastor Adifarasi, we have to have a plan B. Yes, since he has gone to the stage, when the threat is not coming from the commander-in-chief, there must be a plan B. That being said, my brother, I want you to remove this notion of the North being majority of this country. If you look at the Middle East, these people are seriously in grief. You don't see the statement issuing by those people there today. The Middle East. When I mean the Middle East, I mean Middle Belt, I mean Kogi, Kwara, Benue, I mean Jos. Yeah, I mean these people. They are seriously on their lane also, so you must understand what's going on in the country. And Buhari must be very worried, and the country in general must be very worried to see that Nnamdi Kanu has gotten such leverage to make such an order in the country. That should be a real threat to Buhari as a person. And the only way Buhari can defeat Nnamdi Kanu is only one way. As Nnamdi Kanu is now, Buhari cannot defeat Nnamdi Kanu. You see how it is that very great day. Across the world, we all worship. how it happened. So only one way for Buhari, one option. Don't go and kill these people. And I'm always worried why the South are saying this from the Southwest. South. No, I expect the 17 Southern governors, the 17th, wherever they across that South, should rise up right now and tell the killers in Owerri, in Onisha, in Asaba to go back to their. I've stopped killing anybody from the South. This is what I expect. See, we have to give it to Akeredolu. This level of the amended constitution. See, brother, we have no constitution in the first place. No talk of the one they are amending. It was 1990 constitution. It was, are we the people that formed that constitution? No, written and handed over to us. So we never ever have a constitution in the first place. Not to talk of a constitution which they are amending. We need a brand new constitution, sorry, not to be amended. And we must understand that Nnamdi Kanu is a very powerful man in this country today. We are not going to run into a state of anarchy, but Buhari has only one way to defeat Nnamdi Kanu. Only one way. And I repeat, only one way Buhari has to defeat Nnamdi Kanu. And what's that? To bring this country to a full justice for all, equality, to bring a constitution of the people, by the people, for the people, to bring what is called the long days and the plenty hue and cry of the entire Nigeria, from the creeks of the Niger Delta, even down to Sambisa Forest. Everything that is going on in this country today was prompted up by something else. The Boko Haram and the entire war you find also from the north, all those things were prompted up out of hunger and poverty. So something must lead to something, my brother. And then I say to you today, the north are on their own because the middle belt, they are revolting. You can't be killing my people and you are calling me the north. This is their cry. That constitution, we don't want it. This is their cry. So about 5 states in the north, they are in the south now. This you must know. And it's not a matter of going back. It will be difficult to go back. We all see how the terrain is moving. So it will be difficult to going back. I don't know if I'm communicating. So only one way. Buhari must understand that this is not the time for bringing bullets and killing people. It is more than that because the world is watching. What the Biafra Lord has just done, what is the Nnamdi Kanu, what was demonstrated in this country, Nigeria, shows that we are in a state of what? Anarchy, different government. Different what? Government. We are in a state of what? Anarchy. So the only way out is for Buhari to kindly roll a new constitution for us that is inclusive of every corners of the country. And then we move forward. And stop this old men that are telling you to come and put hijab in constitution or come and do something. All those things, we don't want to hear them. We don't want to hear. We need a sincere, anything they should be doing in this country now must be done with all due respect, with all manner of sincerity. Otherwise, the cake will explode. We don't pray.
All right. Thank you, Igor. As ever, you know, sobering thoughts. So, a less sobering thoughts from Omoyele Sowore and his band of police. So, let's hear from Omoyele.
We don't get option. We don't talk.
Buhari has been a bad boy.
Buhari has been a bad boy.
Buhari has been a bad boy. Buhari has been a bad boy.
That's from
Buhari has been a bad boy. Compared to who?
From Bele.
You borrow money by force.
Mama Bele.
But it's Sunday thing. Buhari has been a bad boy.
So there you heard it from the man. Buhari has been a bad boy, and a bad boy he has been. So He will teach them a lesson of their lives that they will never forget. He will go in harder, is what the president of the country said to people that are agitating for a better deal in a country that they call their own. So this is Nigeria. Everybody not criminal. So we leave it there. Carry the conversation in the comment section. But here I say peace.